How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Alex Tim Fishing. We are up on Lake of the Woods in a core ice house. This is a 6.5 by 15-foot long. It's got a stub nose on it, and it is on skis and wheels. So it's a hybrid skid house wheelhouse. I am the first wheelhouse out here on Lake of the Woods. There are none other, at least on this end of the lake. I went out to Adrian's Resort. I drove back and forth across all of the resorts and all the houses that are out here and didn't find a single other one that was out here. So I'm excited. I got a couple lines down. The way that this works, if you want to, please let me know who's here. Say hello. Let me know where you're tuning in from. We'll probably do this a little bit for a little while here tonight, for a couple of hours at least, maybe longer if the bite's good or the conversation and company is good. But we've got two lines down right now. So on the left here that you're going to see on the screen, we've got LiveScope up there. We've got a couple screen setups. We've got a new computer this year, completely different setup. So if we run into tech issues, I fully expect it to happen. We will get it going. Let me know in the chat, how is the signal? Can you hear audio and video just fine? Everything coming through clear? Let me know. I'm running off of a Verizon 5G home hub thing. It's not a hotspot, but it's an actual home internet thing. And we've got a fish coming into my jigging rod on the left here. You'll see across the bottom of the screen and in the top right, this whole stream, it's not sponsored, but it is powered by Amped Outdoors. I reached out to Matt, the owner of Amped Outdoors, and said, hey, what do you think about doing a stream where it's powered by Amped Outdoors? And the reason why it would be powered is this ice house is entirely powered right now, and all the electronics off of Amped Outdoors batteries. I've got 400 amp hours of Life PO4 batteries up front. I was like, hey, wouldn't that be pretty cool to do a live stream in the ice house powered by Amped, literally powered by Amped? So that is the logo that you'll see up there. Amped Outdoors is the company that I use for all of my batteries, both open water and ice fishing as well. So check them out. But we're doing some giveaways today as well. So across the bottom of the screen, you're going to see, I'll try to keep it updated. We can put whatever we want there. So if we want to put a fish count there later on or whatever we want to do. We did that last year when I did a 24-hour live stream. That was kind of fun. But it tells you right now, the first walleye that we catch, we're giving away an Amped Outdoors 30 amp hour with a charger. So that's a Life PO4 battery. It's a $220 value we're going to give away. You do have to be here at that time when we do the giveaway, because we'll do it in the chat with anybody that's here. So it encourages people to be active and not just, 1,000 people come in just to sign up for a giveaway and leave. I don't want that. The idea here is build community, have a good conversation, and hopefully catch some and see some good fish on the ice here. So let me pop up chat here while I'm jigging. And then I think I need to check my set line. Right before the stream went on, I had to reset my internet, which is why I was a couple of minutes late. And then I also think a fish took my dead stick line down to the bottom and it got off. So I may not have bait on that line. I'll have to check it here in just a second. But let's make sure everything's going good here in the chat. Michael Gates, probably a little house cleaning before he goes live. Yeah, I I did not do that. This morning I did a little bit, but then if you could see the other angle here that you can't see where the laptop is, there's so many wires and cords and stuff. If we're on here for a long time, I might need to make some dinner, maybe throw a pizza in the oven, and I'll hop on my phone and maybe show you what I got there too. Is that something on? Something on the dead stick. I'm just pulling it up a little bit with the line in my hand. It looks small. So that's typically a small fish. That's the way. I'm in 25 feet of water here. This is as deep as you can get. There's a big break in the ice that happened about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago up here. And the water separates, similar to what you guys have probably been hearing about on Red Lake. Something similar happened up here where the ice sheet shifted away. He's going to eat. Problem is the line's in my hand, and I don't have the rod. There we go. Now I got the rod. no. See if we can drop back down. Sometimes this gets their attention back. Here we go. So this is a, I don't remember if this is a shiner minnow or a fathead, but it's on a spoon. Pink and gold spoon. It is a glow, but I don't have it glowed up right now. The bite today has been crazy slow. So I actually put 2 dead sticks down, got a little bit of work done, got the stream scheduled, try to get all the camera gear and stuff figured out. Had some guys stop on by just to say hey, so that was kind of nice. All right, let's go ahead and open that reel back up. Let's check the chat. Shane from Kentucky, how's it going? Oshkosh, tuning in, Kyle. Nice to see you, Michael Gates. Nice to see you. Dave S. Toronto, Manitoba, Ed's Outdoor Adventures. Eric, it says solid. Dave S says 10 out of 10. Good. Audio video is good. I'll leave it. I've got it at 720p right now. I tried 1080 last year when I was up here, and I had a ton of issues. So I think we'll leave it at 720p. It probably doesn't look as high res as I would like it to be, at least the cameras. The LiveScope is going to be as high quality as it can get, because if you know LiveScope, it's typically a little pixelated. It's just the way that technology works. Everything's perfect. Amped Outdoors is here. That's awesome. Nice to see you guys here. Chris Jacobson, hey, north of St. Paul. Kevin Love. Scott. All right, let's see if there's anything else in here we want to say. Thanks all for tuning in. Kevin Love says he loves his amped batteries. Yes, so do I. Jason. The bite, I was just saying a little bit earlier, the bite has been slow today. Yesterday it was slow as well. Of course, a ton of, you're going to get those like small little sauger. So anything from 8-inch to 13-inch is typically what you're getting in the sauger size. And then last night, when normally prime time should have started, I just switched from sauger to walleye, but all in that small 13-inch range anyways. So yesterday was slow. I had no bites overnight last night. The night before, around 12:30 a.m., I had a walleye come in, a good-sized walleye. And then it was like an 18.5, so it was pretty good. And then I had at 5:30 a.m. 2 nights ago, a 20-inch burbot came through, which was nice. Small for a burbot, but it was nice. So that is how the bite has been. I'm expecting, I started this at 3 p.m. Central. Sunset is at 4:31. So we got just over an hour before the sunset. So my thought was, we'll get warmed up. We'll kind of get in the groove of it, get loosened up a little bit here, make sure we got some active baits down there. And hopefully we'll see this night bite light up. And then if we stay on late enough, we might see that overnight bite come in here too. This is not going to be a 24-hour live stream, but it might be a pretty long one if you guys stay tuned and like it. You can never have too many batteries. Yeah, Scott, I've got 4 Amped Outdoors batteries powering this whole house. So everything that you see. In fact, funny, I don't know if it's a funny story, but it is a story. So I have 400 amp hours of Life PO4 batteries in here, right? 4 of their 100 amp hour. And then I've got a 3,000 watt inverter. So that way I can use my outlets. I can run everything. Most things in this house, which is why I like the core ice houses, is they build them in a way that they know guys are out fishing, right? They don't want to have a generator going. So they do a lot of things off 12 volt. So you can throw your car batteries or your deep cycle batteries or whatever you want in the cabinet up front. And you can run your lights. The TV is a 12 volt TV. But the outlet, so for my internet, to charge all my cameras and all of that stuff, it works better off of AC power. I can do inverters and all that type of stuff, but then you lose a lot of power. Anyways, so I've got a 3,000 watt inverter in there, plugged into the 400 amp hours of batteries, feeding into all the outlets here. So I've got full power, AC and DC power. What's cool about that is I have a Predator 2000 generator. It's like a Honda 2000 or 2100 or 2200, same type of thing. You've probably heard of it. It's a 2000 watt generator. It will not allow me to have anything plugged into the outlets and run the microwave at the same time it's trying to charge up the batteries, or a coffee pot. However, if I turn the generator off, put my inverter on the batteries, I can actually run the microwave and the coffee pot at the same time off of the Amped Outdoors battery. So I did a battery test where I ran this thing full out. I left the TV on for nonstop. I had the Garmin, the LiveScope charging with the charging cable. I had all the lights on in here and outside, because it's got white lights inside, outside. It's got RGB lights inside, outside. I think I said the TV was on. Like, I had everything going. My phone charging. I spared no amount of power, and it lasted just over 24 hours in this ice house off of those 4 batteries. So you can never have too many batteries. I could probably get, if I was really trying to conserve power, I could probably get 3 or 4 days off of these same batteries if I was a little bit more careful with them. If I don't get to, there's a lot of people in the chat. If I don't get to your question or your comment, give it a little bit of time. I might be a little bit behind in the chat. Otherwise, go ahead and ask it again. This one, I'm not going to pop up there because it covers up the screen, but I'll read it here. Michael Gates says, I'm running the new Dakota, but would like to try the Amp Outdoors. I'm guessing the only way to get them here in Ontario is to order them online, because I haven't found anyone that carries them. If Amped Outdoors is in the chat, go ahead and, oh, there's a fish. Go ahead and let us know where Amped Outdoors batteries can be bought in Canada. I know you can get them. I don't know if it's just straight through the website or if there's retailers up there that have them. Dakota batteries are great as well. Of course, like, I don't do exclusive deals. I don't work specifically with only one brand. But Amped Outdoors, I've purchased and used their batteries back when they were Energized Outdoors. I don't know if any of you guys remember that, but they were like the first player really to enter the ice fishing market with the Life PO4 batteries. Everybody was starting to get into lithium, so lithium ion, and Amped came in and they're like, well, look at this Life PO4 and all of the technology that we put into the BMS, and all the different sizes that you can get. And, you know, Garmin LiveScope was really coming out, and it was actually Panoptics back then. So they were kind of the leader in the space, and they then rebranded to Amped Outdoors, and they've continued to innovate. They now have the NMC batteries. They've got all these deep cycles. They do a ton of things with boats. So they got a lot of really cool stuff. But Dakota batteries are good as well. If you are using a Dakota battery, there'd be no reason to replace it with an Amped Outdoors battery if it's the right number of amp hours that you need in the right size. If you're looking to get a bigger battery, if you're looking to get a different size, because they come in different configurations, I'd look at Amped Outdoors. And in fact, I worked with Matt to try to get a coupon code for you guys this year. And about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago or whatever it was, we finally got one set up. So if you use TIM10, TIMM10, it's down below in the description of the video as well. You can actually save 10% off Amped Outdoors battery if you buy it from them directly as well. There's not a lot of places that you get discounts on their batteries, but yeah, check them out if you want. Dakota's good. Trying to think of any others. Like there's so many out there. So like Norsk Lithium is a company that's out there. I don't recommend their batteries, but Amped Outdoor, there's a lot. I'm going to put a video out that's comparing Norsk Lithium, Dakota Lithium, Amped Outdoors, and I think the other one right now that's kind of gaining a little bit of steam is the Markham batteries. I'll do a side-by-side comparison video showing you why I chose Amped Outdoors as my choice battery and why I continue to invest in buying their batteries. But Yeah, they're all good. They're all better than lead acid. Let's at least put it that way. Pounded in the sand. Yeah, I gotta actually make sure I've got bait still on here, and I will pound it in the sand. I'm on so out of Adrian's Resort, um, caught a little bit of ice. Out of Adrian's Resort, so it's all flats over here. So there's no rocks in this area. So it's all flats that we're working with. So what we've got here is the clam time bomb spoon. So it is a pink time bomb spoon, and then you can see we've got a fat head tail hook. So we're gonna head glow this thing up. I've had a lot of success this trip with both tail hooking. Dorsal hooking works for the dead stick, and then just minnow heads for the jigging rod as well. So we'll drop that back down there. You guys will have to let me know too, like if these, I tried to make the screen so that way you could see the LiveScope, kind of the bottom half, but yet still have the cameras a decent size. But if the cameras are too big, I can go to this layout, which makes them a little bit smaller. You guys let me know. Do you like the smaller cameras where you can see more of the LiveScope, or the bigger cameras? I know there's not a ton of difference. I can make them even bigger and even smaller, but I think one of these two is what we'll stick with. There's not a whole lot that really happens up top. And if I catch a fish, I want to be able to show it to you guys. All right, I'm going to check my dead stick and see if I still got that bait on there. And I'll show you what I'm using on this rod. And if we see fish and they're not hitting, we will go ahead and swap it out. So it's still flipping for us. This is also a fat head, and this is on a spoon. It's got one of those little diamonds in it. Pink, that's a glow pink, or I think they call it red, and then it's got a gold back. It does not rattle. I don't know who makes this. It might be like JR Lures, I think that maybe makes these. I think a lot of people do. I might even bought these at one of the bait shops up here last year. It's all glowed up. I don't know if you can see the glow very well this time of day. There's too much light in here. All right, we'll get that guy back down there. Yeah. Oh no. I think I did something. Let me pull this back up. There we go. LiveScope's back. All right. So what are you guys saying? Looks like a hot tamale from JR's. Kyle, what's up, Kyle? Thanks for hopping on. It might be. People are saying bigger. Bigger is better for smartphone. Michael Gates. No offense, but we like watching the LiveScope. Yeah, no, I get it. LiveScope setup would be nice on the ice. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna set this back up as a dead stick, and we'll go, maybe a foot and a half off bottom, and that's on a bait feeder. So I got the Akuma. I think that's a Samar CBF 1000 on the dead stick. Yeah, LiveScope's nice, man. I got a lot of good content on my channel around LiveScope too. So if you are looking to get into it, I've got a couple chart plotter comparisons. I'm working on a new tool that's going to help you pick so you can build your own bundle for the best price, bang for your buck, and know what features you're getting. One of these days, it'll eventually come out. I think I've got it like 25% done. It's taking a lot longer than I thought, but maybe this week I'll try to bang it out. Bigger camera, bigger camera, bigger camera. Okay, I think we're on the bigger camera. Running essentially 2 dead sticks, a hyper rattle might call fish in. Pretty quiet on the screen right now. Yeah, so the clam time bomb, if I rattle this guy, it makes actually quite a bit of noise. And it is still before that evening bite. It has been slow up here for sure. It's always a challenge up here, unless you're on like one of your local lakes where you know there's just a ton of fish, whether it be panfish, pike, bass, whatever, or even walleye. Um, this is hard because you can go live and it's like, will we actually catch a fish? We don't know. Oh, we got something behind. A huge flat, so fish will be cruising around. This is true. This is true. So I don't know if I've said this yet. I'm in the deepest spot that we can get to out here. It is 25 feet, which you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see where it says 24, 26, 28. So you can see we're at 25 feet. The top of the red, if you haven't seen LiveScope before, is our bottom. This is the deepest area because there's that ridge. I did say this. There's a ridge out there that we can't go across yet. I imagine the next couple of days they'll start letting people go across. It was healing up from being broken. It was like a 30-foot wide part at one point that was open water. It's since healed up a little bit, but they were worried with some of this wind that we have up here, and it just started snowing today. So it's starting to feel a little bit more like winter. I came up here and it was glare ice 2 days ago. Very little snow on the ice. Yeah. There's fortunately a lot more snow on the ice now. It has been snowing all day. I've got some pretty big drifts out front. I'll maybe as it gets a little later here, I'll maybe show you guys the outside of the ice house. There's a fish on the left. And I'll show you the drifts that we got going. I would like it's drifting, so it's not like a consistent coverage, but I would say most of the ice has a good half inch to an inch on it by now. In Lake of the Woods, hopefully by the 15th. That'd be nice. Should have a lot more of the lake opened up by that point. Should be really nice. Awesome vid. How do I sign up to win a battery? You have to be here when we hit whatever we decide we're going to do for the giveaway. So right now across the bottom of the screen, what you'll see, next giveaway, Amped Outdoors is doing some giveaways on the stream because it is kind of fun to say, I'm out here powered off of Amped Outdoors. That is what's powering this entire ice house. We've got heat going, we've got lights, we've got power, we've got a TV going right now that I'm looking at right here. It's pretty crazy. Their batteries are powering it, and with it being New Year's weekend, we said let's do something fun and do a couple of giveaways. And so we've got a few battery giveaways we're going to do. The way that it will work is the bottom of the screen will always say when the next giveaway is. At this point, it's the next or the first walleye that we catch. We'll go ahead and do a giveaway. The way the giveaway will work is there is a tool, a giveaway tool that I have that I will pop up on the screen. And anybody that's here at that point, they'll be able to type a special word in chat I'll give it several minutes. Everybody will be able to get entered in. We'll do the drawing live, and then whoever wins will just reach out to me, get me the right information, and then we'll get you a battery. This is what we're giving away. Let me see if I can pull it up and show you. This is what we're giving away. So it is a amped outdoors 30 amp hour lithium battery. It's Life PO4. It's the wide version plus the charger. So this is a retail for $220. So you can kind of see here, it's 12 volts, 12.8 actual voltage. It's Life PO4. You've got 30 amp hour. You can see all the specs here on it. 5-year warranty on it, 2,000 charge cycles. That is what we are giving away for this first giveaway. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. I like it. Fish with Tim giveaway. I like it. We should do these live streams as Fish with Tim and a giveaway. It's fun. Do you think there will be ice by January 20th in the Minneapolis area this year? I do, for sure. I think that we have got quite a bit of cold weather coming in. I was just looking at the weather this morning around the metro, Minnesota area, Twin Cities metro, and our nights are looking pretty good. We should have some ice by around that time. This dead stick fish is not moving very much. Typically, you want your dead stick to be a little bit more active and lively. I'll tell you, last year, one of the lures I had a lot of success with was a rattle and PT spoon from Acme Tackle. I'm sorry. The rattling PT spoon is the new clam spoon that came out. The Rattle Master is the spoon that I had a lot of success with last year from Acme. They're like the same lure. I bought some Rattle and PTs this year because the Rattle Master was so good to me last year. They're very similar to each other, so I could maybe put one of those two on. The Rattle Master for sure has a really really loud rattle in it. And the walleye like that. Record cold coming. Where's the record cold coming? Right now, the only ice by me is in my bourbon. Oh, it's so sad, but it's so true for so many places right now. And so many people I've heard are coming up here that don't normally come up here to Lake of the Woods because there's just no place else that really has good ice. I mean, granted, there's the little lakes and little ponds and little things, but they don't hold as many of the big fish that people are after. It is crazy. I loaded up on the Rattle Master this season, caught everything on that great lure. Yeah, it is a fantastic lure. Heading to Devil's Lake tomorrow morning, Mike. Awesome. How is the ice up there? I haven't done any research on Devil's Lake this year to see how ice is. Do they have enough that you can drive out on yet? Is it walkout only, ATV, snowmobiles? All right, we're going to swap out the bait on the dead stick. In fact, we're going to swap out the whole dead stick. We're going to put a demon spoon on. Actually, I'll put a swinging jig on. It's a gold swinging jig. I don't know. I kind of want some color. So maybe we'll put a demon. I got this guy right here. This is what I'm thinking. Oops. So this is glow, like it'll be a chartreuse glow pink dot, and it's got a gold back on it. we'll glow it up and we'll put a dorsal hooked minnow on there. That's a lively one. Gotta find one. I got some big shiners in this bucket. But we don't want any megas right now. Holy smokes. Like, look at the shiner. It just jumped out of my bucket. Look at this guy. Holy smokes. Woo-wee! All right. Go back in the bucket. Struggling to find a not huge shiner. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Got one. If I can catch it in my hands, we're going to get it down there. And I like to go just under the dorsal. My hook wants to poke. All right, so this is what we got. We're going to glow it up. We're going to send her down. Whee! I got to get a drink. All right, we should see it start dropping down. It'll be going down on the right. There she goes. All right. See if she kicks off a little bit and starts moving. Oh, yeah, she's moving. All right, that's better. And then over here, I wonder if I have any Rattle Masters rigged up already. We'll give this a couple rips and we'll look. What's everybody saying here? When I'm not marking, I throw a super aggressive lipless rattle. Yeah, I haven't had a lot of success with them, but I could. Like an ultralight rip and wrap. I think I've got some with. Yeah, those shiners on the thumper jig, you're lucky they allow live bait there. We're screwed in Alberta for that. Yeah, dude, that stinks. Not being able to have live bait would definitely hinder the already hindered fishing we have, it seems like. Slow day so far on Lake Winnipeg. It's going around, man. The weather, I think, is screwing a couple things up. Wish Iowa had ice. Just got a Garmin to try out. Jason, exciting. It'll be here. It'll come. I know it stinks. We should have had ice for a month by now, but it'll be here soon. Mike says he's seen some snow bears on 6 Mile Bay and Creel Bay. Ooh. Well, then that'll be nice. Dude, I love my LiveScope. Got it out on the ice in Colorado mountains today. Nice. LiveScope is great. 16 inches on Lake Winnipeg. Did you hear about the bombardier that went through on Lake of the Woods up by the Northwest Angle? I did. That's sad. I did hear about that. Well, you caught a fish. I guess I did. I caught it off of my floor from my minnow bucket. They're lively suckers in there. So I usually bring, I've got a 7.5 quart, so the smallest size Engel cooler that they make. I love that thing for solo trips. That's typically all that I need. But I went a little crazy at the bait store. I was like, I'll take some of that and some of that and some of that. And before you knew it, the guy was like, "You want all that in here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." And I look at the bait cooler when I'm done at the bait store, and there's like half water, half minnows. And I'm like, these things are all gonna die in like 12 hours if I don't, no matter how much aeration I give them. And so I grabbed an extra 5 gallon bucket out of my truck when I came out here and filled it up with water and hooked the Engel aerator, the lithium aerator that they got up to it. And it's actually really nice because as you scoop out ice from your holes, like overnight, as you get some skim ice, break it up. You can get a little snow from outside. Just scoop it right in, and then you can just take. I got like a solo cup that I dunk. Is that a fish? I got a solo cup that I've been dunking in the bucket to get like count like 5 to 10, 15 cups of water that I take out, and then I just dunk it in a hole and fill it back up. It allows me to change the water a couple times a day just to keep it fresh for them, which is actually really nice versus an Engel cooler, where when I want bait, I just go over there and grab my scoop out of the bucket and get it rather than having to open the lid on it and whatnot. Love my Engel coolers. The problem with this is you can't really move anywhere because otherwise you're spilling water all over and then you got the heaviness of it and it's not insulated. So they have their place. But if you're staying stationary for a while, simple 5 gallon bucket and an aerator does the trick. All right. He's actually fishing instead of collecting more gear. Oh, Thomas. Yes, it is nice to actually have something to fish on, some actual ice. We crushed the walleyes and mille lacs yesterday. We had six or more in Isle Bay. Rattling PT was money. That's good. All right. Well, I'm going to give this like another minute here. Otherwise, I'm going to throw a rattling PT or a rattle master on. And I might have another rod already rigged up with one. I'll have to look. Yeah, so where did you go out of? Did you just walk on mille lacs? Because that would be, you probably went out of the south end, one of the bays. Because I know the north end, I mean, it's the east side, it's all, northeast side is all open water. I was out there 2 days ago and there was a boat launching next to me. Somebody sent a diver down to place a walleye on his line. I know. They'll come in, and once they're here, then we know that the night bite has started. But it's still not even sunset yet. Like we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We got 45 minutes until sunset. So probably a half an hour until we start seeing some of the fish come out. And I mean, granted, there's no sun outside. I don't know if you guys can see. It's probably just gonna make it hard to see me. Can't see outside. It's just basically a whiteout. How sweet are these windows? Have you guys seen these windows? You guys know me. I'm just gonna fill the dead time talking about gear because it's what I like. So it's got a blackout shade that goes up, which I like. Any of you wheelhouse guys or anybody that's been in a permanent or knows anything about a permanent or owns a permanent, whether it be a wheelhouse, skid house, or whatever, I think you'd appreciate these windows. I know some other companies are starting to use them too. So this is a core ice house. So it's got a blackout shade that goes up. If I open it up, right, this goes down. It's just the way with the backlighting, you guys can't see out of it. If I move the camera up to it, you'd be able to see out of it. It's a full view window, but it's a double pane, like a poly plastic window. So it's actually an insulated window. It's not like that single pane stuff that you get like in RVs or like in trailers that you buy that are like that you go camping in. So they're insulated windows. It fully opens. I'm not going to open it because it's cold out. But if you pull down from the top, I don't know how well you can see that. This is a screen. So you can actually use it camping in the summer too, and you're not going to have bugs and mosquitoes come in. And then you can push it up if you want the blackout too. So there's in this guy 6.5 by 15. There's 3 windows in here, and I like the height that they're at because you can just kind of look around when you're sitting and look for your tip ups out there. All right, I don't know how I got on a tangent talking about windows, but all right, I'm going to leave this down there, and I'm going to either grab a rod that has a Rattle Master or Rattle and PT, or I'm going to rig one up. And I'll see. I'm pretty sure I have. I'm pretty sure I've got some ripping wraps with too. So if I need to try that, I can. Here's a small Rattle Master. I want a bigger one. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, here's a decent sized one. What's this? Google Eye Jig. Here we go. This is on actually one of my favorite walleye rods too. So that's an option for us. That's a perch. That's perch. But I only have got a lot of perch setups. All right. So this is what we're going to try next. So it is a perch pattern Rattle Master. See if you guys can see that there. So it's a perch pattern. It's got chartreuse back, and you can see the rattle chamber on it. These things are awesome. Red hook. I don't know if you can hear it very well, but what I like to do with these is just do a minnow head. And I will pound the bottom with it. All right. All right. Let's get a minnow head here. Probably don't need these hole covers on here while I'm actively fishing. All right. Glow it up. Got to get this other line out. And then we can drop her down. Sorry, buddy. You didn't do a very good job. So therefore, you're going back in the bucket. All right. Now we'll glow it again. It's just a dead sea down there right now. You see that on the edge of the screen over by the 22 on the left? I'm thinking that's a fish just hanging out over there. I got to replace the line on some of these. There's no size limit on the first walleye either. So even if it's a small one, we'll do a giveaway on it to get the ball rolling, and then we'll do more than one giveaway for sure. Oh, Rusty's saying pheasant hunting's good at least, so that's good. Yeah, yeah. 8 inches on Mille Lacs yesterday. Red Island PT was working great. Did I already click on that? That's awesome. Da, 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 da. Sweet blinds. Yeah. I don't do windows. You coming out with your video to show the loading of your four-wheeler inside the court? Yes. It is I think it's on my computer at home ready to be uploaded. So that should be coming out. Actually, that video is done. I've actually got it uploaded to YouTube. I just haven't published it yet. I got to work on the thumbnail and title for it. So yeah, that'll be coming out next week for sure. So look for that. And then I still have tires on it because I wanted to do a full trip with it. I feel like I'm seeing the ghost of a fish. There we go. You guys seeing that? I wanted to do a full trip with the ATV with wheels on it. And now after this trip, I'm going to put tracks on it. And it is going to be tight to fit in here with tracks. I'm actually a little nervous because I measured the dimensions last year on my ATV before I took the tracks off. In every dimension, width, length, and height, I'm within 3 inches, and in some cases 1 inch of the dimensions I wrote down for the ATV. So I'm hoping that I was being generous when I measured it by rounding up to the nearest 6 inches, which I think I did. But I don't know how much I rounded up. Was that only half an inch? Was it 5 inches, 3 inches? So I think it'll work. It's just going to be really tight with tracks. But what could throw it off with tracks getting in here is I've got the otter box on it, and that hangs off the back pretty far. And you can probably see here there's this counter. So this is a stove oven combination thing. I don't know if the OtterBox will sit high enough with tracks on it to clear it. Because my other thought was I'll just back it in, and then the OtterBox can sit up there. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. I'll find a way. Because I'm going to use tracks this year. But this trip was all done with tires, and there'll be several videos coming out from this trip. I got out here on I headed up here on Thursday. Oh, our dead stick's moving around a little bit. Wonder if he sees a fishy. All right, I'm gonna go pound bottom a little bit. Sean, does the core ice have California corners? Nope. Okay, here we go. Fish, 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 fish. You guys see that fish on the bottom? That's screaming walleye. That's screaming walleye to me. That's a good size shiner above it. So it's screaming a small walleye. Should we lower him down a little? All right, he's coming to my jigging rod. All right, pressure's on. Let's catch this thing. Let's catch this thing. Get on the board. I'm in a fish donkey tournament too. So if this is a walleye of any decent size, I actually need to fill a stringer right now. Come on, come on, come on. Oh no. Wonder if that's a burbot. He didn't want to look up at all. What a shame. Is there a fish here in the middle? Pounding the bottom for you guys. Looks like that fish out to the left is coming back. I've got my noise reject on high, so I've got a little bit of that dead spot on the left. But he'll come through. I almost wonder if I need to be higher up. Like, are we missing some stuff up here? What's up, guys? Yo! Like the camera setup. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. So I got a camera here, which I can point to, and then when I catch a fish, I can go like this and you guys can see it, and it'll be great. And then I just got that's on my laptop over there. That way, when I'm hook setting, you can get a couple of angles, right? Fighting with the fish down here on the floor, maybe you can see a little bit better from this angle. If I cook anything, you can see me working at the stove or the oven. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm starting to learn less is sometimes more. Like sometimes all you need is just a camera. That's it. You don't need like what I've got a lot of cameras with that I don't need. I'm just fascinated with LiveScope. Someday I'll have one. Heck yeah, man. Set the goals and start, you can piece them together too. So you don't need to just jump into it. You know you want to get to LiveScope. You can start with um a screen that's LiveScope capable. I do see a fish coming on the left. Let me get this off here. We can start with a screen that's LiveScope compatible. Get a battery. Get just a transducer, either ice fishing or open water. How do we get this guy's attention over here? And then as you get ready, you can just upgrade and buy the LiveScope transducer because you already have the rest of the setup. So you can kind of buy it in pieces, make it a little bit easier. Saw fish swim by. I know. What rod bag? So I have the Rapala. It's called the Double Barrel Soft. This guy. So Rapala, it has a pocket on either side for you to put gear or whatever you want in. And then, so it's got one of those on both sides of it. And then you've got two barrels that you can kind of see here. So there's two hard tubes for you to put your rods in. Fish coming in. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Remember, this is just a small rattling PT with a minnow head on it. This guy's screaming he's small because he's not very aggressive. And that's typically what I've seen are a lot of the small ones. They'll come up part way and see if I drop, he won't come any closer, I don't think. But if I start going down, I might be able to get him to. There we go. There we go. Now we just need him to eat it. Pulling up just a little bit. Maybe you'll follow. Not feeling anything. Drop below him. Sometimes that gets him re-engaged. Come get it. Dead sticks are moving. Let's zoom in. Here we go. Come on, buddy. This is how it's been all day yesterday, too. They just want to look at it. You shooting over there, though, to the dead stick. And that's a bigger minnow. Is he going to hit it? For a second, I was like, he took it. But he didn't. Oh. Ooh, another one from the left. So the left, which I see my arm on the screen, looks like it's pointing right. So the left-hand side of the screen where the fish is coming from right now, that's deeper water. And so what we're seeing is the fish are coming in from the deeper water. This is why I wanted to get out deeper yesterday, because it slowed down here. I think it's getting colder out and the fish are moving out during the day to the depths. And this is as deep as I can get. Like, I've gone everywhere I could on this side of the crack, and this little hole here, it's not a hole, but like this little area is the deepest spot that I can find. So we're probably going to see a lot of fish coming from the left to the right. And then if we stay up all night, we'll start seeing some coming from the right to the left. Now, granted, they'll mix around and they'll move around and they'll roam back and forth and left and right. But that is what I would expect for us to see. And as it gets later here, they should keep getting bigger. Oop, oop, here we go. Let's have them chase it up. Commit. There we go. Hooked up. Let's hope it's a walleye. Doesn't feel big at all. It feels tiny. It is a walleye. Holy smokes. That's what we were looking for. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out, if you will. It is not big, but it is a walleye. It kind of had a little bit of the pattern. I had to get it out of the hole. I was like, is that a sauger? But nope, just a small little walleye. And so we got the Rattle Master doing work. This is from Acme Tackle, one of my go-to lures with just a minnow head on it. Here's the fish. Somebody needs to frame this picture because it's what's going to get you to win a Amped Outdoors 30 amp hour battery. So we're going to do the drawing here in just a second. I got to get the line back down, but heck yeah, that was not a big fish, so I didn't even measure it. But that means it is time for a giveaway. Got to get the line back down there. I did see a fish on the right while I was talking just now. So if we do get a fish, we will delay the giveaway until the fish are off the screen. We really want to catch fish. Like that's the primary goal here. So I am gonna go over to the screen, go over to my computer, and I'm gonna pull up another screen that's gonna give you guys a code, or it's a word that you're going to have to type into chat if you want to win. So we're gonna do that right now. Give me 1 second and I'll get it up. Because I have a coughing attack. All right. So we are going to do hashtag all right, so we're going to, I wonder if I can do this. Can't do this. All right, so I have to, how am I going to show this? I know. Second, hashtag amped to win. There we go. So all you need to do is type into chat hashtag amp. I'm just going to do it this way. There we go. Across the bottom of the screen, type in hashtag amped, because Amped Outdoors is giving away some batteries on the stream because we're powered by them in this ice house today. Throw her in there. And you know what? I'm gonna call an audible. We're gonna do something a little different here. We are going to hashtag amped is what we want to put in there. We've got 139 entries. Anybody else interested in entering? 141. I don't want to miss out on anybody. 144. 145. All right, we're gonna give it 10 more seconds, and then I'm gonna roll it. So that way we can get LiveScope back up on the screen. So if you want to win the Amped Outdoors 30 amp hour battery plus a charger, in the chat right now, type in hashtag amped. And you only need to do it once. I should have said this a long time ago. You only get one entry. It will eliminate any of the extra entries that you put in. So 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're drawing. Once I get to the right screen, we're drawing. Here it is. Who's it gonna be? Jacob Ellenby. Congratulations. We had 160 entries. Really exciting. All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing this. Jacob Ellenby is the winner. Put it in here. Congratulations. Let me get LiveScope back up on the screen, and then I will tell you what you need to do. Stop sharing. Present. Share screen. All right, we're back at it. All right. So if you just won that, what you need to do is you need to reach out to me. Amp's here. Congrats, Jacob. Yes, congrats. So what you need to do is reach out to me on Facebook. You can reach out to me via email. You can reach out to me via Instagram, Twitter, whatever you want. All my socials are down in the description of the video. Send me a message. You can shoot me an email, which is also linked down below as well and on my YouTube channel. Find a way to reach out to me. Let me know who you are. And then what I'll need from you is, of course, your name. And I need your address and your phone number, usually for shipping reasons as well. Looks like we have a fish going up to our dead stick right now. So reach out to me, get me that information. If there's anything else that we need, I will go ahead and reach back out to you. But we will get that shipped out to you. So thank you so much, Amped Outdoors, for the first giveaway of the night on our first walleye. That is a blast. We're just gonna get ready here into the night bite. It looks like we got a fish checking out both of our lines. And if you guys did not win or don't win an Amped Outdoors battery tonight, you can still pick them up. I've got a discount code down below in the description of this video that you can actually save yourself 10% off any of the batteries that you want from them. Come on, come on. That guy's just like, nope. All right. Let me get this off of the screen. We need more eyes. Yes. All right. All right. What do we want to do for the next giveaway? You also save 10% if you're a veteran. Yes, Kevin. Thanks for calling that out. How about we do this? We need a walleye over a certain size for the next giveaway. How about that? And if that walleye doesn't happen by 5 o'clock, we can revise. No, we'll say 5:30. Okay. So let's say we have to have a walleye over 13 inches. And then we'll do another battery giveaway. Or a Burbot is an automatic one, no matter how big the size is. Or a perch as well. Because I think we're only going to catch walleye and sauger here, based off of where I'm at. But if we do catch a perch or a Burbot, that's an auto win. Otherwise, we need to catch a walleye over 13 inches. If we don't have a winner by 5:30 p.m., we are going to talk amongst ourselves here in chat and figure out what we want to do to revise. Maybe we go down an inch. If we haven't been catching anything, do we just say the next walleye? Let's see what we do. But I will I'm going to go ahead and update that across the bottom so that everybody knows what we're doing. So next giveaway after a 13-inch walleye or any Burbot, well, we'll just say this, or any other species. Boom. Save. Roll. I don't know if that's the best way to word that, but we do have a fish on the screen, so we're rolling with it. Grab my mouse back over here. I do need to get something to drink here because I keep coughing. I might make a Mio water. What do we got? People saying here? Alex is on Central Time. That is not what that. Oh, here we go. That is correct. Thank you for calling that out. Okay, here we got a fish. We got a fish. We got a fish. Maybe he's gonna be back to back. How awesome would that be? Matt'll be like, quit giving away batteries so fast. No, he's great. He's like, let's have some fun tonight. Amped Outdoors is a great company. All right, come on, buddy. Up, 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 up. Oh, you see that little jump? They usually only do that little jump that I've seen when they're small fish. So I mean, it could be 13 inches, but I don't think so. That first one that we had was probably 9, 10 inches. I didn't measure it because it wasn't big. And even though yesterday was slow, I caught a 13-inch walleye. So our chances are pretty good that we're going to do this. I also caught, I didn't catch a burbot yesterday, but I caught a burbot the day before. All right, I'm going to make a Mio. Have a little bit of fun. Feel free to keep the chat rolling too. If any of you guys are here, would love to hear what your thoughts are on your upcoming ice plans and where you're planning on getting out to if you have ice around you, or what you're going to do for New Year's. Let me know. My absolutely wonderful and beautiful wife, uh, I was talking to on the phone right before we started this live stream, and she's like, because I was supposed to, she works on Monday. Monday's New Year's Day, so I was going home tomorrow so that way I could watch our baby on Monday because there's no daycare. That fish is going the wrong way. And she's like, tell you what, I could have a friend come over and watch her on Monday so you can stay out another night. So that is what I call a winner and a keeper of a wife. So I obviously miss them, but I'm taking advantage of staying out here another night. So I don't know if she's watching, but thank you. I'm really excited. Then, but then Monday I'll get back as soon as I can to take over daddy daycare duties. That meal ain't gonna be walleye. Yeah, dinner isn't gonna be walleye tonight. At this rate. How long does the live chat go for? It will go as long as we're having fun. For reference, I think last year I did a couple that were anywhere in the 2 to 3 hour range. And then I also did one that was just over 24 hours. New Year's plans equal dream about catching walleye. Plan on upgrading. Sorry, guys, it covers the screen. Plan on upgrading to the LVS 34 for my Panoptics and going to the Upper Peninsula to Lake Gojibik in a couple weeks to fish. Nice. That'll be fun. How far are you out are you fishing? I'm about a mile past Pine Island. Are you out past the island? I am out past the island. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't get very deep. I think there's one whole like area in the bay. It's 4 Mile Bay on out of this side of the lake. Uh 4 Mile Bay has one spot that gets to like 11 feet. It's like a small little bowl in the middle of the bay. Otherwise, if you go over by the river, it gets deep. I think the river goes to 40 or 60 feet or something like that. But with the ice conditions, last place I want to be is sitting on a river. Best wife ever. Yup. She is freaking fantastic. Alex was kicked out, found refuge on Lake of the Woods in a core shack. Yeah. It's like, get out of here. Can you share your settings for LiveScope? It was funny. I was talking to somebody that came into my ice house before they were heading out today. And they're like, screen is so clear. How do you do it? So yes, I actually have a LiveScope settings video on my channel. If you want to check it out, it is I think it's called like the best Garmin LiveScope settings, and it's a thumbnail that's got the LiveScope screen that just says dialed in. That I think is a year or two old, but I will be doing a new one this year because they've updated the UI a little bit. They've changed some of the settings on it, so I will do an updated one for sure. Dead stick still moving. I'm gonna glow this back up, drop it back down, and then I gotta go grab my Mio bottle. Oh, I've got an energy drink right there. I'll just drink that for now. All right. So yes, I will share my settings. I'll do a video on it. It's not as easy as just like set your gain to this and your noise reject and like you can't do that because it's dependent on the water, how deep you are, the angle that you're using on the transducer, and so I'll just do a video on it. It'll make it way easy. And look at the one that I have on my channel. It is still all accurate. There's just some new things that you can do now that are a little bit different too. Gonna have some ice. LiveScope and the temps have punished me ever since. Yeah, I don't have ice around me, which is why I had to take the trek to get up here to Lake of the Woods. Now, granted, I'm fortunate enough to be within 6 hours of this lake so that I could drive up here, but it was a long haul for sure. See that fish that went underneath my dead stick? But it was a long haul. It was obviously worth it to be able to get out here. But yeah, like the lakes by me when I came up here were all open water, so I get it. Excited that you got LiveScope though. You'll I don't know where you're from, Mike, but I'm sure it'll get cold here pretty soon wherever you're at. I know where I'm at in the Twin Cities area, I would expect a week or so and we'll have decent enough ice I can start fishing more around where I live. Fishing is always fun. So, Alex, glad to see you on the ice. Go get them. Yeah, buddy. Dudes are getting fancier doghouses. This fish over here. Hey, I would happily spend a night in this thing if they called it a doghouse and it was a punishment because it's not a punishment to be in here. It's nice. That looks like a bigger than 13-inch fish. So if it's a walleye and it takes that, Somebody else is winning. I do have a hole cover on there. And I have a rod case in the way. It did not take it. Go back. Yeah. And that's a nice size shiner on that demon hook. So hopefully it's not a treble hook though. It's single hook demon jig. Like if he comes over here, I will try to get him, but my goal would be for him to hit that dead stick. However, I do have a treble hook. Come on, where are you going? You're going the wrong way, buddy. Oh, just picture it, the little battery swimming away for somebody here. And it heard me, and it's like, oh, I'll come back. Yeah, not really. Sorry, guys. If you could see my rod, that the minnow is just going crazy over there trying to stay alive. I don't know why it didn't eat though, but it's still not sunset yet. You'll know it's sunset, which is in 4 minutes, when the LiveScope screen changes to a darker blue. It'll go into night mode automatically, and it does that at sunset. How thick is the ice? Oh, 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 fishy back. Wonder if it's the same one and he circled. This one doesn't look as big. Where did it go? It just like went down and to the side. How thick's the ice? I'm sitting on 11 inches of ice. However, I have been in this spot for 2 days because it's the deepest spot that is able to be gotten to. And so it doesn't make sense to go shallower when the fish are out deeper. I tried to move yesterday, but I wasn't going to move shallower and give up this spot. So I'm on 11 inches, but it's been cold up here the last couple of days, at least after it turned nighttime, so the last 24 hours. And so I bet you we've got 12 to 13 inches right outside the door, if not more. Did you notice if there are houses north of the crack? There are no houses north of the crack. Some people are going north of the crack with their portables during the day, but there's no houses, no resort houses, no skid houses, no nothing in terms of hard sided stuff. And most of the portables are staying on this side of the crack too. And it's interesting. So yesterday, I think I told you I drove the crack as far that way as I could go, basically before hitting Canada, which is going east. And then I drove it west until I got done with all the resort shacks that were on the ice, and there was nobody past the crack. And some of the resorts actually had people because they've got roads that go out to it, and then they have like the 3 stakes at the end. There we go. You see how it just flipped to a dark screen? That means we're now in night mode, which means it is sunset officially right now, which is 2 minutes different or a minute and a half different than what I have in terms of when sunset is, but I'm not complaining. I need to move this backlight up so I can see it. Go. I like the darker screen. It's easier on the eyes. Could probably turn some colored lights on in here too. Should we do that? Have a little bit of fun? Maybe after the next fish. We'll do that. After the next fish, we will turn a color on, and you guys will have to tell me in the chat what color you want the lights to be. It's got full RGB in this thing, which is pretty sweet. Yes, I see the fish directly below me. Like my action. Come on, fishies. There's one right in the middle coming back in here. Chat while we're fishless. Is that a rental ice house? This is not. Hey, your name is like the backwards of mine. My name is Alex Tim, and is yours Tim Alexander? Maybe. Cool name. Is it a rental ice house? This is not a rental ice house. This is an ice house that I'm using all year long. So I reached out to. Oh, here's a fish. Here's a fish. The heck? He like came up to it, looked at it, and said, "No, thank you, sir," and then turned around and swam away. I bet you we can get him back. Hit the bottom once. Hit the bottom twice. I'll go up because a lot of times they like to fall. But no, not a rental house. So I reached out. I'm in the market in the next few years here. I'm gonna be buying an ice house, and I had a few requirements that I wanted. Like it's got to be a toy hauler. I want it to be small yet big, which is a challenge because you can't have both. I wanted it to be single axle, um, and I had like this laundry list of things that I wanted because I want to be able to take it out on an early ice because these people that have these wonderful ice houses, yes, there's a fish coming from the right. These people that have these wonderful ice houses that are like 26 feet long, they're nice to be in, but years like this year, when are you going to be able to get out? Whereas you look at an ice house like this, and it goes into a skid house, which is the only reason I'm able to be allowed to be on this lake out going out of a resort. There's nobody else out here with a wheelhouse on this lake. And so, at least out of this area of the lake. And so I reached out to Core because I had I was starting to look at all the different companies that make ice houses, and I'm like, all right, I got to do some research here. And so I reached out to Core Ice, Core RV, and I said, look, you guys are at the top of my list right now for ice houses that I'm looking at. How about this? Let's do this year. What if I were to borrow one for the ice season, and I could use it? And I will do a lot of videos on it. I'm not going to say anything that I don't want to say about it. I'm not going to hype it up to be the greatest thing in the world just because you're letting me borrow it. You're going to get true, unbiased, honest, transparent feedback. I'm going to say the things that I don't like about it. I'm going to say the things that I like about it. But you're going to get a lot of media coverage out of it because I'm going to be fishing out of it all season long. I do ice camping. I do walk-arounds of it because I want to show everybody what I use gear-wise for ice camping. I've got 2 videos on that coming out here soon. I've already done, I think, 3 videos around some of the cool stuff that they have in here. And so they're like, hey, we have enough confidence in our product that we'll let you borrow one for the season. And hopefully you like it enough that not only do you say good things about it, which they have no control over, but they just have that much confidence in their product. But they also are hoping that I will then go and buy one from them in the next few years. So who knows what the end of this year is going to look like? Who knows what next year is going to look like, or further from there? But if I am in the market and I'm looking to get one, so that's the story. And I know I've said it a couple other times in a few other videos on the channel, but that's the longer version, yet short version of why I'm in this and why I'm in it all year. So stay tuned to the channel. If you're interested in getting a wheelhouse or a skid house or a core ice house, check out my channel, because I give a lot of interesting insights that I think a lot of people overlook when they just get glued to, this is the brand that I have, and so that's the best brand. The cool things about this that I like is it's super lightweight. This thing weighs 1,500 pounds. 1,500, that's it, right? A lot of side-by-sides weigh about 1,500 pounds. And so this weighs about the same as a side-by-side, but even better, it's on skids, 3 skis on the bottom. So this actually has less ground pressure than your boot on the ground, because it's the whole length of it 3 times. And I think it's like 4 inches wide or 6 inches wider, the skis. So I really like being able to get this thing out on early ice. And it's all because of the composite paneling. They have the high-end upgraded furnaces. They're Truma furnaces, which I think is like a German brand. Probably going too deep into this ice house right now, but I really like it. Fished the river last weekend, 7 inches where we were. Not sure what it is now. Nelson's Retreat, you must have been, were you like in the river, or are you on the north end of the river? Like the mouth of the river? Or were you like in the actual river downstream from, or upstream, downstream from the lake? Get my wife up here. She's got to have better luck. Yeah, my wife doesn't like ice fishing. Living MN sent you. Nice. All right, yeah, I'm going to check my bait. And we are going to see. We still got it on there. We'll glow this up, and I'm going to. Oh, there went my mouse. I'm going to glow this up, get it back down there, and then what we'll do is I'll see if I don't have a rip and wrap to go and just bang around down there a little bit, call the fish in, and then we can always swap back to a good jigging spoon or something. Up here on Lake of the Woods, man, I'm telling you, spoons, jigging spoons, even dead stick spoons are where I've had my best success. This is also the lake where I have my PB walleye out of too, which is currently 29 inches. And so I want to get into the 30 club this year. That would be ideal. All right. Let me see. So this is my tackle bag that I use. It's the Ego bag. I love it. All my tackle doesn't fit in here. And I need to actually start bringing less tackle out, not more. And so I'm working through my setup for the year. But I got to see. I think I have some width, but I think they might be in a tote underneath me. I'm looking for like a rip and wrap. Nothing. Spoons. Here's some more Rattle Masters. I think this is a bigger size Rattle Master. If you guys haven't seen these cases, these are called Fishmore cases right here. Highly recommend them. Because, like, look at this. This is like a half and half. So you've got spoons that like go in these slots here, so you can still see them, but then they're not getting tangled up. And then you've got a slot where you can put like all your jigs and everything. So these are like, I think this is like my Acme box or something like that. So you've got a ton of just tungsten jigs here. You've got slider jigs, swinging jigs. You've got some of their perch chains, Mickey jigs, and then a bunch of rattle masters and some cast masters in there. These things are awesome. They make them to fit tons of different things. Like, here, I'll show you another one. Keep jigging a little bit here while we find this rip and wrap. Like, look at this. This is all jigs. That's like all tungsten jigs. I have too many. All right, back to what I'm looking for here. I'm gonna leave that one out in case I want to switch up that rattle master to a bigger one. But I think I'm right. I think I've got some in a couple of totes underneath me. Usually have one like rigged up, but evidently not. There is a special case. Is that a fish on the bottom? There is a special case that I keep them in for ice season. Don't know if I have it. Hopefully, I didn't leave it at home. That's so much stuff. Need to organize. We've got one more container it could be in. Or its bucket. Aha! I looked in the right bucket. Look at these. All right. Or hey, have you guys seen these? Maybe later we'll try these. So these are an animated lure. You guys checked these out before? So it swims in the water. You hook it up and it goes through the water and swims by itself. So you think about a dead stick. How powerful is that in ice season when you're restricted to your hole and it can go and swim around like an actual fish? I might have to try that tomorrow. Or later tonight if we're out here late enough. But I think during the day when you can see it will probably be better. All right, should we do pink and chrome? Here's what we got. I'm thinking of using this guy right here. So this is an ultralight rip and wrap. Number 4. So it's pink and silver. And listen to how loud it is. Money. All right, so I'm going to get that rigged up on a rock, and then we will set her free. Just trying to check at the same time to see if we got fish coming in. I haven't like touched half of these rods since last ice season. So we are probably going to have a couple of nests that I'm going to have to clear out. There we go. Oh, nice. And this one's even got the quick connect. These quick clips are awesome because I don't need to retie it. Gotta keep the chat down on the bottom here. Here we go. Snap or tie direct. I'm gonna use a quick snap. And I do have a split shot weight that I'm gonna put on right above it to help it get down there. But I don't know if it'll focus on this, but I use these quick snaps sometimes. Well, I think you can see it actually. Focus. See that? So it's like a little quick snap. Anyways, goes on. It does have a split ring on it too, so we'll hook right onto that to allow it get as much action as it wants. So that's how it's hooked up. Way focus. So it's the quick snap onto the split ring onto the top of it. Cool. Question is, should we tip it? Do you guys think I should tip it? Tip it with the minnow head that's on that one, or should I just rock it down there by itself? What do you think? I'm gonna put the split shot on there right above it. That way it's not distracting on the line, but it's also going to be able to add a little weight. By itself. Leave it bare. No tipping. No bait. All right. We won't tip it. All right. Let's get her down there. So this is a tune-up custom rod. This is the Power Precision 38-inch with a carbon fiber handle. I love this rod. It's a great walleye rod. Great rod. You can see it coming down. We're going to make a little noise. We're going to get this guy up a little bit just so he's more visible. Because the one thing, you can always lower it back down, but if you're too close to the bottom, fish eyes are up. So they can see up. They can't see down as easily. Let her rip. Let her rip. Anybody ever use Billy Rub? Yeah. I could put some Billy Rub on it. I have some. I have heard about Billy Rub. I have Billy Rub somewhere. It's probably in that container that I opened up earlier. I'm not super organized yet. You guys last year used it up there. I tried it last year like 3 times and I couldn't tell a difference, but I probably didn't try it enough. Logan Outdoors just bought some Billy Rub shrimp, emerald shiner, and peach. I don't know about peach, but I know that shrimp and emerald shiner would be probably 2 I would try, which I probably have in this tote. Break out the green hornet. That'll get the fish. I don't know if I have it with. Oh, I do. I do have it with. I have some somewhere. My dog loves a belly rub. Oh, you think we're saying belly rub. Funny guy. Hi, Daryl. Don't use that battery-powered lure in Minnesota. What? You can't use it in Minnesota? Well, I'm gonna be seriously disappointed if you can't use it in Minnesota. Can you really not use it in Minnesota? This guy? Animated lure. This guy. Can you really not use it in Minnesota? Does anybody know for sure? I know you can't use like anything here, but I didn't know that you couldn't use that. Now I gotta look it up. It's a good thing I haven't used it and caught something illegally on it. That would be bad. Especially if nobody told me and I strapped it on here and I'm just like, hey, look what I'm doing, DNR. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, come on. Come on, guys. Not legal. I don't know. Glow sticks in the bait you can, not batteries. Well, so like the lure doesn't light up. Well, okay. Okay. So here's an argument for you then. This guy, I think we've all seen these, right? These are the gosh, I'm gonna blank on the name of it. Fish, not Fish Daddy. Are they Fish Daddy? Somebody tell me who makes these. I think it's Fish Daddy. But these are the light up lures that when they get wet on the back, there's a battery inside of them that it lights up. It's like the fish bomb or something like that. Isn't this considered a powered bait, or are you saying if it's powered and it swims, non-mercury batteries can be used? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. I mean, it's a good conversation, but I agree. I'll have to look it up and confirm. You can use it as long as there's no mercury in the battery. I have that Fish Daddy spoon. That okay? They work okay, but my argument in why I said this was it has a battery in it. So like that doesn't that and I know that they're legal here. Otherwise, a lot of people are in trouble. Dirty Bomb by Fish Daddy. Thank you, Michael. Yes. Now I want to know the answer too. Is the animated lure, which the way that this works, here, I'll take it out of the package. I'm sure not everybody's seen it. So this is how it works. So you've got this is the lure. Come on, fish, where are you? This is the lure, right? And so it swims. I think we've all seen bait that do this, right? Except what's unique about it is there's a prop on the front of it right here, right? And you hook it up to your line, and when it goes into the water, it sits in there for like 10 seconds and it automatically activates, and it's got a little battery in it, and it will swim its tail, and the prop pulls it through the water and it swims in circles. The way that you charge it is you have a USB cable with a red and black, and you put one of the connectors on the top part, you put one of them down here, and it charges through like the eyelet in this point down here. And he just charges through USB. So it's not like a removable battery or anything like that. That's what we're talking about. The question is it legal in Minnesota? Oh, here's a fish up here. That looks like a small fish. That looks like a crappie or a whitefish, maybe. And it's gone. Girlfriend got me the Fish Bombs walleye flavor. It's like a bath bomb, but apparently attracts fish to your location. You should try them, Alex. Yeah. Pete Outdoors. You like your gimmick lures, don't you? I, man, I like gear in tech. I think that should be obvious by now. I mean, I'm a gearhead, except not for like vehicles. I do. I love trying them. So I bought like 2 or 3 of these things. They're not cheap, man. These are like 20 bucks a piece. So all it takes is one pipe to snap your line, and there goes 20 bucks. Tulabee, yeah, it could have been a Tulabee. But they might not be illegal in Minnesota because you boys have some crazy regulations. We do have crazy regulations. Promise I just saw a fish. Oh, I missed that. Off to the left. Yeah, right around 22 feet. I see that too. Let's really rip this thing. Let's go to town, buddy. Where are the fish? Have I caught any fish yet? Yes, I have caught fish, Nelson's. Retreat. I caught one. We caught one walleye and we gave away a battery and a charger. And now we are going to do next. We need a walleye over 13 inches or any other species. So burbot, pike, perch, crappie, whitefish, tulabee, could be any of them. Anything other than a walleye or a walleye. Oh, geez. That even means sauger the way I wrote it, doesn't it? I overlooked that. It should be over 13-inch walleye and sauger, but I didn't write that. Well, Sean, what rod am I using? This is a tuned up custom rod, Power Precision. This is a fantastic rod. It has got a lot of I'm blanking on words today. It's got a lot of backbone on it. So you're going to be able to fight really good, but yet your tip is fairly sensitive to absorb some of those head shakes, where it's not like a noodle tip, but it's good enough to absorb some of the head shakes when you've got it under load. And then you get into the backbone and it's not going anywhere. This is my favorite walleye rod. I've got them in a couple of different lengths. It's called the Power Precision from Tuned Up Custom Rods. I picked up a couple of the Della Bay rods this year. They're also a Minnesota company. I bought them at the ice show that I'm going to try this year too. I got a walleye rod. I got one with that I'm excited to try out. Della Bay too. It's interesting how they do their rods. So like this one, for instance, this is the Power Precision 38, right? So that means it's 38 inches long. So that's how a lot of companies do it, is they have a name and then they have a length associated with it. Well, Della Bay doesn't do it that way, I found out. They have a name for the rod. So like it could be the, I'm going to make up a name, the Mud Puppy. So the Mud Puppy is a specific type of rod where it's like, oh, well, it's your walleye rod and it's got the ultralight tip or whatever, right? Noodle tip or whatever. So like it's a specific type of rod and a specific length. So if you get that, the Mud Puppy, maybe that's a 32-inch rod. If you wanted that in a 28-inch, it wouldn't be the Mud Puppy 28-inch. It would be the Dirty Bomb. Right? I'm making up names, but they have a name associated with it. And so every type of rod in length has a different name rather than length, which I thought was really interesting and unique. I think it's kind of cool, unique and different. How thick is the ice? 11 inches that I'm sitting on right now. Get out the boom shocker and let her rip. Have you tried the Acme jackknife before? I have not tried it, but I have some in one of my totes here somewhere. They worked great on red for my dead stick. Maybe tonight I will get one hooked up. I like that side hook. They're awesome. Have you toasted the king of the lake yet? That might be why you aren't catching much. I don't know what that is. What's the king of the lake? 2B does that too. Oh, I didn't know that. I've never used 2B rods either. That makes sense, Matt. Thanks for calling that out. Here, fishy, fishy. Daddy needs a brand new battery. I know. I know. You hit the ceiling. Jackknife was working on Devil's Lake last weekend. Tired. Yeah, it like as soon as I saw it, I got really excited and put it on my list. So I've got a couple with. I've got to rig them up, but that's a good dead stick rod. Yeah, lure for sure. Meanwhile, our dead stick fish, we're gonna lower them back down since we haven't had any activity since we raised them up. Okay, maybe that's a little too low. There we go. Get them moving again too. The yawn bomb. Christopher Towsley, love what you do, homie. Thanks, man. I love this stuff too. I love using the fishing gear and the tech, and it makes it so like I feel like I'm actually doing something good with that passion by putting videos out, answering people's questions. Because I've had so many people reach out and they're like, "Hey, thank you so much. You helped me figure out what I wanted." Save them money either because of one of my deal streams where because I'm so in tune to the market, I know when things go on sale, I try to tell people about it or if there's a savings code. So I've gotten to a point now where sometimes I'm even buying things that I normally wouldn't have just to do a comparison because I've had guys ask me. And sometimes I find out that I wasn't even planning on purchasing something, but it's actually better than what I was planning on using. And then I end up getting it. And of course, I put all of the content out for free for anybody to view. And so, yeah, I appreciate it, man. It means a lot hearing from people that the content's helpful. And then, of course, videos like this are kind of fun just to hang out, chat, and catch fish and chill and be entertained too. Have something going on in the background. Kind of want to have like some lo-fi music in the background. What do you guys think? Should we put a little music on in the background or is it distracting? Let's see. Let me see. What if we did this? Is it too loud? Is it distracting? Should I turn it off? It's probably not the best music you've ever heard in your life built in. I need to start cooking. That always brings the vent. Yeah, or hop on my phone. Just get on my phone, start surfing YouTube, and see if I can find some videos to watch, and then boom, there'll be a fish. Off. All right, nobody wants it on. Please hold. All right, turn the music off. Come on, dead stick guy. You gotta swim. If you're not swimming, you're gonna get replaced. Christopher says he didn't mind it. Sean and Cora, have you tried the Clam Tika Flash? I have not tried it yet. I haven't really been out on any local lakes yet, and I wouldn't use the Tika Flash for walleye. Like I wouldn't. I mean, maybe. I know it would be great for panfish in those smaller sizes. That was not music. No, it was lo-fi background, like sound. That was not music. Well, I can't play like normal music. I've got to find like copyright free music, otherwise YouTube can take down the whole stream. How long have you been up there? I've been up here. Last night was my second night. Tonight will be my third night, and I'm coming home on New Year's Day. I'm gonna get up probably bright and early, pack up, and get off the ice as early as I can. Depends if I maybe I'll do a live stream tomorrow night too. We'll see. But yeah, so if you guys don't know, you're hopping on. I'm sure a lot of people are hopping in here like, hey, what is this giveaway thing? So Amped Outdoors is actually the company that I buy all my batteries through. They are powering this entire core ice wheelhouse skid house hybrid that I'm in right now. I'm up on Lake of the Woods. I have 100 amp hour Life PO4 batteries up in the front cabinet. I've got videos on my channel coming out probably the end of next week or early the week after on how I upgraded this to the lithium with their batteries. And like, I don't have a generator plugged in right now. Everything, the TV, the internet, my Garmin, my cameras, the lights, everything is rocking just off of the 400 amp hours from them. And then I've got an inverter set up. And so I was talking to them and it's like, hey, I'm going to do a live stream. What about some giveaways? And Matt, the owner over there, is awesome. And he's like, let's give away some batteries, man. So they're powering the stream like officially. If it wasn't for their batteries, if I wouldn't disconnect the batteries, everything would shut down right now. So they are officially powering the live stream. And so we're doing these giveaways based off of really whatever we want. So the first one we did was the first walleye. So we gave that battery away. Now we're giving away a battery on any species caught. If it's a walleye, it has to be over 13 inches. We'll give it a little bit more time here. We've been at this challenge here, this specific one, for a little over an hour. If we don't catch anything in that range, that's a winner within the next little bit here. Maybe we'll revise the we need to win. Skim ice showing on shallow bays, making ice in the cities. That's great to hear. All right. BE says, Minnesota regs say battery lighted lures cannot contain mercury. Nothing about them being banned outright. Today I learned. Thank you, BE, whoever you are. I don't know your first name, but we're gonna call you Ben. It sounds good. We'll just call you BE. Thank you for looking that up. That would mean the animated lure is legal here in Minnesota. So maybe later we'll hook this thing up. I don't know if it's charged. I guess I could plug it in. I don't know which side the plus and minus go on. We may as well do this since there's no fish here. Okay, so this is how it charges. Like, how cool is that? You throw your positive alligator clip on the top and the negative on that bottom treble. This is what it says. Connect the red wire clip to the red ring coming out of the top. Connect the black to the bottom, not the small ring close to the head of the lure. There's a small ring up there too. It'll start to charge. A blue light in the head will turn on to indicate it's charging. The blue light will turn off once it's fully charged. All right. Should we do this? I should try to do this tomorrow. I should do it in shallower water because the underwater camera doesn't work very well here. And this water is actually pretty stained. Just taking cupfuls of it out to fill up my bait bucket. Is that a fish next to my dead stick? I don't like it, but this is my kind of fishing, unfortunately. Yeah, I know, man. There are faint marks. Let's plug this guy in. All right, so it said positive on the top. I wonder if I'm going to get zapped. Zzz. Oh, cool. Can you guys see that? Guaranteed you can't. Here. Oh, there's a fish. Fish by the Rip and Wrap. Show you guys. Plugged in. This is what it looks like. So it's got the blue light in the head charging. And so that blue light supposedly will turn off as soon as it's charged up. Set it up here. We don't want to sit on that with the two treble hooks in it. Plug it into those amped lithiums. You catching on. I like it, Carl. And that is exactly what it's charging off of. Thank you, Amped Outdoors, for charging up my animated lure. His head is still blue. He must have needed a charge. Is it dark outside there? Yes, it is dark out. Pitch black. You can see the reflection of the TV. I'm not thinking this this rip and wrap is really the trick right now. I got to keep moving this dead stick guy. The bait will move, but sometimes he needs to be tugged on a little bit to get him re-energized. Otherwise, he's like falling asleep down there. Ooh, what's this up here? I think it's because I have the lights on. These look like smaller fish up here. Like bait fish. Time for the party lights. Yeah, should we do the party lights? Turn some colored lights on instead of the white lights. So that way the fish don't get scared away by the white light. If that's a thing. We are going to do that. All right. Actually, first, you guys got to tell me what color. So in chat, you got to tell me what color you want me to put the lights on. There's RGB lights that are up here. You guys should be able to see them when they come on. Then, of course, I'll turn that color. Like everything will look that color because I'm going to turn these white ones off if I can. So was there like blue, green, red, orange, yellow, purple? I mean, you guys know the rainbow. Red. Okay, so what are we seeing here? We're seeing green, 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 red, green, purple strobe. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hopefully a lot of people don't say strobe. Rainbow of rainbow. Hey Sarah. Nice to see you here. Thanks for tuning in. There is a rainbow where it actually has like the motion. Green, blue, green, gotta be red, green. Bunch of Packer fans here, apparently. Blue, green, purple, green, red, green, green, black. Maybe we'll do that right before we sign off. We'll just turn all the lights off, pay it forward. Pink, purple, blue to match the Garmin, purple, green, blue. I'm not gonna lie. Lincoln Charlie say rainbow too. All right, so there's 3 for rainbow. I think we have a fish coming in. Or did he go back? He came from the left. It sounds like green. Here's a fish. Sounds like green is winning. This is a number 4 ultralight rip and wrap. I will actually be surprised if it hits this, and it probably will be over 13 inches. And it's not tipped, so I just got to keep motion and hope it just comes up and hammers it. Come on, buddy. Oh, he got close and bonked it. Let's go back down. No! He's still there. I'm not going to move it up. I'm just going to shake it a little bit right here. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Got to move it up. I can't see. Oh, no. I zoomed in a little bit. Gosh, I kind of want to drop my other one down there with the minnow head. And I feel like that presentation's a little smaller, and so he'll just gulp it up, and it has meat on it. Is he still in the middle there? Found it in the mud? I could do that. LVS 32 or 34. It's an LVS 34. Need scent and drop it into the mud. Lake of the Woods, is that Minnesota? Yes. I am in Minnesota. Lake of the Woods is Minnesota in Canada. All right. What do we got going on over here? Nothing. All right. Let me find where I've got my sets. I think I had them in this. There's fish. Hey, Darius. Thanks for becoming a member, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Supporting the channel. I like it. Got a members area too where I can post exclusive videos for you, answer your questions. Lots of really cool benefits to that. And then you can do live streams and stuff in there too. So thank you. Really appreciate that, man. Carbon handler on the Tooser. Yes, sir. Clown color. This guy back down there, because that's where they've been coming from, is the bottom. Dead stick guy's moving again. I wonder if that means there's fish close. All right. Thought I saw scent in here. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna make a mess of what I'm gonna do. see a scent container. Just one. This is where I have all of them, but there's at least one here. Hopefully it's a good scent. Perch juice? Who makes this one? JB's Jelly. Why it's not focusing. All right. Should we do this guy? We'll dip it in there. So this is fish sauce, perch juice. It's just like a cream. I just got this at one of the ice shows this year. I've got a bunch more, but I don't know where the heck they're at. All right, so we're gonna pull this up. This does not glow. So what we'll do is what I'm gonna do, you guys tell me if you do something different for next time, but I like to dip the hooks in because they will hold the scent a little bit, and that's really where I want them to bite. So both treble hooks, I dip in, and then I rub some on the body as well. So I rubbed it on the body. You can see that front treble hook in the rear treble hook have some juice, some whatever this thing is called on it, perch juice. And now my split shot is really greasy, so I need to clamp her down. Otherwise, it's gonna fall off. All right, going back down. What do you guys think? Is that how you put it on? Do you put it on differently? Got to change up the dead stick. Well, it's funny you say that because now the dead stick's being active. Minnow head? Yeah, I could put a minnow head on it later. Core setup looks sweet. You think a Ford Exploder could tow that? Yes. I mean, I am towing it with a 600 CF Moto ATV on wheels and on skis. You go down the road with it with the ATV. I've got a video coming out this week where I actually loaded it up. I have this loaded onto the ball hitch of my ATV, and with all the tongue weight on it, I can still flex the suspension on it. So 100% sure that your Exploder, your Ford Explorer, will be able to handle it. Zoom out. Oh yeah, zoom out. What am I doing? Better than nothing if you don't want to put a minnow head on your lure. Yeah, the guys wanted to see the action, I guess. But yes, minnow head I think is coming next. I'm a big live bait guy, for sure. How much ice? 11 inches. Nick saying nice setup in the house this season. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, it's not bad. It'll work. It'll work for sure. Darius is asking, does it sleep two? You can sleep more than two. So it's got this that I'm sitting on is it folds out into a bed. The last 2 nights, I've literally just left it like this and laid down on it, threw some pillows here, had a blanket just to throw over me because then I just lower the heat down overnight. And then so this is one that you could, if you wanted to, have two people sleep on if you folded it out. But this is one, and then it's got a dinette in the back that can fold down into a bed, and then you've got a bunk as well. So 3 beds, but I would say you could probably fit 2 here if you wanted to. I wouldn't, unless you're like a family with kids. I wouldn't sleep more than 2 in here though. But between like all your gear, like you need to have a place to put your bags too. Like there's no place to put like your duffel bags. And so that's what I use that top bunk for. If we had 2 guys in here, we would either put all our stuff under here and then maybe on part of this and we'd fish here and then both of us sleep there, or one here and one there and then leave the top bunk just for storage. I don't know, but it will get tight in here with everybody's stuff if you had more than 2 guys ice camping in this. Fishing during the day, it has 5 holes. In this middle one is actually a spear hole, so I can unclip it and then I've got a spear hole in it. But I would say fishing, 3 people max. Everybody gets 1 hole in the floor and then a tip up outside. So that's like day trip type fishing. 3 guys. Can the bunk go down and sleep while the wheeler is loaded? Not my wheeler, because I have a big otter box on it with an auger mount on top of it. And so it's like the back of the wheeler, the top of the otter box, and then the brackets on top of it. It can't go down really enough that you'd be able to sleep on it. There's a fish to the right. Looks small. How's the ice out in the lakes area, Nick? Yeah, Nick, let us know. How is the ice up by you? I think you've been out a few times this year already on the ice. Is there a larger model? Yeah, they've got a lot. So right now, their largest is an 8 by 26. I had to remember if it was 26, and it is 26. So they used to have a 25. Now they've got a 26 as their longest. What's the price on this? These currently run. Shoot, I forget. Like, what did I see? Did I see 29 or 30,000? You can get these for right now. I saw them on sale online a few different places. It's like anything new, you're gonna find them all over the board. It depends on pricing this time of the year. I just go online and yeah, look it up and see what you can find. But for sure, this is one of their more budget friendly models just because it's smaller, but it's awesome. Minnow's not working. Switch to a hot dog, Kyle. I'm not targeting pike here. Do we get 20% off if we mention your name? LOL. No, I don't have any pull with the core guys. I've got no pull with them. So if you I mean you could try it. You could tell them that I said that you get 20% off and see what they say. It's worth a try, right? Some dealers have in-stock houses 25% off right now. Yeah, like late fall, I saw Core actually did 40% off with participating dealers on in-stock ice houses. 40% off. And then they went to 30%, and then they did 25%, and then I think they did 20%. I don't know what it's at right now, but you'd think maybe at least something off MSRP. Maybe not. It depends, right? It's supply and demand. So if they're like sold out of everything, it's like vehicles. Like during the pandemic, vehicles cost a lot of money because there's a lot of people that wanted them and there weren't any parts to make them. And so people were charging over sticker for them. Take me to the river, sing the song. No thanks. I'm not a good singer. Cocktail wiener that I don't have any cocktail wieners with to put on my line. But this guy's got to get moving. I'm about to switch this guy up back for my my rattle master that we caught that first walleye on. 11 inches of ice. We are doing some giveaways too, so thanks everybody for being here. Amped Outdoors wanted to help out this stream. I used their batteries, and they said, "Hey, how about some giveaways?" And I was like, "Absolutely, we're gonna do some giveaways." So we're giving away. We already gave one away, but we're giving away another 30 amp hour Life PO4 battery with a charger from Amped Outdoors. After I catch a walleye over 13 inches or any other species. Okay, so we're gonna do two things. One, we're gonna turn off the lights and we're gonna put the green ones on because that green was the one that had the most. So we're gonna do that. And then I'm gonna change up this bait too. So if we turn the color on, I think this is the right button. Yay! And then we're gonna do color green. Just past it. There we go. Turn these off. Here we go. Green. Turn this off for now. Wonder if I turn these lights off too. There's nothing down there. Are we looking green yet, guys? Gals? Break out the disco ball, Amp says. I don't have one. I should have brought one. Purple looked better. We can change it up. But we'll stick with green for a little bit. The green looks good with the Amped logo too. I think so. Incredible Hulk up in here. All right, we're taking this out. We're going to put the Rattle Master down with a got a bunch of this junk on here. Put the Rattle Master down with a minnow head. Because that's what we already caught a walleye on. There's a fish coming from the right. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hurry up. Come here, little guys. Here we go. We got a little one. Chop his head off. Come on. Quit moving. Got him. I'm not going to have time to glow it. We're not going to have time to glow it. Maybe we will. He's moving slow. Let's glow it real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's good enough. Dropping her down. Oh no. Are you going down? It's going now. I lost the minnow head. Shoot. Got stuck on my foot. It's right here on the floor. Oh no, he's going back. All right, jig the dead stick a little. Come on, buddy. I poked myself too. All that for nothing. That's what you call a heck of a good time. You can pound the ground with this. Come on, fish. Yeah, we need a fish. What the heck? Did you end up using the Clam Ultimate Ice backpack? I did. I used that bag the entire ice season last year. Look at my channel. I've got a video comparing the Ego fishing backpack to the Clam Ultimate backpack. I did it the very end of the ice season last year. And I say in the video, I think they're both good bags. Depending on how you're using it, I think there's a reason why somebody may want one or the other. And I say in the video at the end, and actually kind of throughout, why I chose the Ego bag. So the Ego is the one that I'm using this year. Super Glow eyeball spoon for the dead stick. I could. Just say core. That's what I'm doing. Okay, thanks. I feel like this needs to glow up more. And if I lost the head, which I did not lose the head, I need to glow up more. Glowing. Oh, that's crazy. You can't really see that it's glowing because it's green in here. Glow chartreuse. All right. Ever use perch eyes? I don't, because that you cannot do in Minnesota. Believe it or not, you cannot fish with game fish, and perch is considered a game fish. And so you can't fish with them or a part of them, unfortunately, in Minnesota. Core Ice says, oh, Core Ice is here. Sweet. The answer is really good looking. Yes. The green. Walleye killer. Now that's the one. Do you pull the core with your ATV or you need a UTV? I pulled this with an ATV. I'm out here with my ATV in this thing, and I will tell you this. It is, which is probably obvious. It is easier to pull on wheels. However, it pulls absolutely fine in skid mode too. So I have a CF Moto 600 ATV. So it's like 600 cc. And I did have one issue when I got down to the ice. So I hooked it up, disconnected from my truck, hooked it up to the ATV, brought it down to the ice on wheels because I'm not dragging it across the road. Got down onto the shoreline, dropped the house down onto skids. There's no snow out here. Well, there is now. It snowed all day today. But when I came out here 2 days ago, there was no snow on the ice. And so I was like, ugh, no problem. This thing is light and it's just going to glide across the ice. And so I hooked up to it, and it's got 4-wheel drive, and I gave it the beans, and I was just I wasn't budging at all. But fortunately, I was thinking back to Christmas when I was talking to my brother-in-law Kyle, who's here somewhere. He had said, "Oh, do you bring chains then with it?" And I'm like, "No, I don't usually need chains. In fact, chains usually I slide more with them." But then I forgot. I was like, "Oh, I have V-bar chains, the ones that have the like pokey spikes that face out. It's not just your regular chains, like chain link." And so I threw them in the back of my otter box before I left home. And I'm so happy I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten it out here. I threw the chains on the rear and boom, off to the races. So yes, you can pull it with an ATV. You can pull it with a UTV. any vehicle, basically it works with too. It's like dry. It's like right between 1,500 and 1,600 pounds. So it is not heavy at all. In fact, it weighs less than some side by sides do by itself. And I said this at the beginning. If you have a side by side that's able to get out on the ice, because a lot of lakes right now will say like ATV side by sides, snow machines only. This is not only lighter than some side by sides, but it also, when you put it on skis, that's really what matters is your ground pressure on the ice because it's got 3 skis that disperse all of this weight across all of those square inches on the ice. Your pounds per square inch are so little that like it it's like nothing on the ice. Like you're putting more weight on the ice with you walking with your body weight when you pick up your foot and you're stepping than this thing does because it's so spread out. So yeah, real this shack, this ice house is built for this early ice type of thing. And late ice too. I mean, there's no reason not to. Yeah, a person wishes it was bigger, but the bigger you get, the more weight you add to it, the more power you need to pull it. Like there's downsides to all of those things too. So I'm actually super excited about this. But Corey says Gator 800. We plan to get as much footage as we can this winter. Thanks for asking. What did Gator say? Core Ice, please put more videos showing the hybrid being pulled by different machines. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll be putting out a video of it pulled by my ATV from this trip, both on wheels and on the skis with my ATV on wheels. And then after this trip, I'm putting tracks on, and so you'll be able to see that. So I'll at least get a couple out. What kind of machine do you have, Gator? Do you have a Gator? Huh. All right, where are these fish at? All right. So you guys wanted me to put a fish, the glow fish eye with a minnow on the dead stick. Let's go ahead and not drop our rod. Let's go ahead and do that. This is what we just lifted out of there. So it's a demon jig, a glow chartreuse, pink dot, gold on the back, and that's a shiner minnow that evidently got tired and didn't want to work anymore. So we'll put him back in the bucket. And what we'll do is I'm gonna grab. Should have waited, but I didn't. I am going to tie on. I can't see with this green light. I think this clam time bomb rod has a quick clip on it. Perfect. That way we can get down there faster. All right, so taking the time bomb off, clam time bomb spoon, and we're gonna put one of the Fish Daddy dirty bombs on. I don't know what color it is. So if you haven't seen these, let me explain to you how this works. In fact, I've got a bottle of water. I can show you. Actually, oh, there's a fish down there. All right, we're gonna drop. If he gets close to that, I'm gonna jig it, but I'm gonna try to get this down too. There we go. Smaller fat head. It looks like it's red. There we go, going down. He's right below where I'm falling to right now. Why isn't it going? There we go. No, don't go away. Should have put weight on this thing. Shoot, it's too light. Well, hopefully he comes back. Got the drag set really loose. So that'll be good there. This guy will just keep jigging. Set the hook. He wasn't on it, man. I'll show you how the dirty bomb works when we pull it back up. Put some water in a cup and show it to you so you can see it light up. Getting hungry, so I am gonna go grab some cheese sticks real quick from my cooler outside. I'll be right back. Holler at me if a fish comes. I'm back. Was there a fish? Oh, there's a fish there. Underneath the jigging rod or the dead stick. Man, it is windy out. Dead stick rod getting some action. Fish. Hole hop. Need this cough to go away. I am not hole hopping in this weather outside right now and at night. No, thank you. Now when I got a nice house like this, and plus all my amped batteries are in here. All right, I got some snacks. So I went outside and got string cheese and a snack tray. So I'm good to go for a little while longer. What's the temperature outside? Freaking cold. And then the wind makes it super cold. It's currently 25 degrees out right now. 25 degrees. Look at this. 25 degrees. The real feel, I don't know if you can see it underneath that. It says 9. So it's 25. It feels like 9 with the wind chill. And it's snowing. I don't think it's snowing here. It's been snowing all day though, so maybe it stopped here or it's coming. That's your current temperature. Lake of the Woods. There we go. Making ice. Yeah, making ice. I know. I'm hoping if they open up the other side of that crack tomorrow, I'm moving. I cough like that after a good vape hit. Hee, hand orange covering eyes. Yeah, no, I don't vape, but no. I had COVID like a month ago, and this cough just isn't going away. It's crazy. Waiting on the Mississippi to freeze. Right, court. Let them keep it private. Hey man, if I wanted to be totally private, I wouldn't do live streams. Brad's asking if there's any neighbors on the lake. There's nobody super close. But I don't know if there's even anybody else out here. Typically, this weekend, it would be littered with ice houses. Like littered. I was up here last year, and it was insanity how many people were out here. Because it's New Year's Eve, right? So what are you going to go do? You're going to take a long weekend. You're going to go ice fish on Lake of the Woods. Bring your ice house. Grab your buddies. Have a guys' weekend. Well, nobody can bring the wheelhouses out. So there's like nobody out here. I do see it looks like a UTV or ATV over there. There's headlights. And then maybe one other skid shack. I don't know if they're sleeping overnight in it or whatnot, but it's like a resort one. So they might have just left the light on in it. That's probably a half a mile away. So yeah, so the answer to your question is nobody. There's nobody around here. Oh, I see a fish on the bottom by my dead stick. I'm lowering down. Need some fish. Man, dead stick's moving though. Maybe I need to slow down my cadence a little bit. I feel like I'm going a little too crazy with it. Are we changing up the giveaway requirements, or how long are you live streaming? I'm in for the long haul. I mean, at this point, I'm in for a while here. We'll see what happens, but we should just do. Hmm. Should we just change it up and do next fish? It's been a little while. We could just do next fish. I'm pounding bottom. may as well switch up the strategy. Oh, there's a fish. You see that? Just popped up right next to the dead stick, and then it went away. All right, we'll do next fish. I'll update the scrolly text thing in a little bit here. I want to see what this thing is. There's a fish by the dead stick. We weren't gonna do a giveaway at 5:30 if there were no fish caught. We were gonna change the rules up to get the giveaway, which we're doing right now. Monster Energy drinks cure all. Northland Eyeball Red. Is that a tungsten jig or something? Is there any current there, Alex? Not that I know of in this spot. I'm not close enough to the river. Phantom fish. Yeah, phantom fish or ghost fish. I need to grab a cough drop. What's your favorite thing about ice fishing? There's a lot of things I like about ice fishing, but if I were to say I'll just tell you a few of the things that I like. One, getting out of the house, getting out of the city, getting out of any environment that you're in. Like you can live rural, you could live in the downtown city area, or really, really urban areas. And it doesn't matter where you are, you get on the lake and it's different. It's a different experience. And I love that. Just getting away, getting out there where there's nothing around you. No distractions. Of course, you can bring tech and gear and gadgets and gizmos, and I really enjoy that. It's another thing that I really like about it. But I love just getting out away from cities and population. I like getting out with a few people. I think that's great too. But like, it's not the hustle and bustle. You don't have a store. You can just walk out your front door, hop in your car, and go drive to. It's nice to get out. So I really like that about ice fishing, and it's like this like camping survival esque like kind of a cool nature too. And of course the gear and the tech I really like. And then I would say lastly, not in any order, because this is actually pretty high up there, is just that feeling of when you hook into a good fish. There's nothing quite like that. Like like even for me, 2 days ago when I hooked into my what was the first walleye I caught? It was a 18-inch walleye up here a couple days ago. That was the first one that I caught. And like that feeling of the rod bend and the getting tight again on a short rod, reeling it in, the excitement, like there's nothing like it. And what I really like is I'm now in a position where I have so much gear and stuff that um I get opportunities to go out with people and watch them enjoy that too, and that's pretty powerful. So whether it's a family member, a loved one, a friend, or a stranger, I think one of the cooler things that I did that unfortunately we didn't do it last year just due to weather, but in scheduling, but 2 years ago was the last time I did it. Hometown Heroes Outdoors. They are a military law enforcement veteran organization where fishermen get together typically companies do, and they take them out. So, the fishermen are the guys that bring all the gear and everything, and you take a veteran or a military member or a law enforcement officer out that hasn't had a chance to do it or doesn't get to do it much. And that's really cool to take people out, let them use the LiveScope, let them use my rods and all my stuff, and walk them through how I would recommend. And you get them on a good bite, and that's like super powerful because then they get to experience those same things. That tight line of reeling in that fish, that excitement, or getting away from all of their worries and problems that you have back home, and you're just out, whether it be work or whether it be life. My battery is running low. Why would that be? Is it not plugged in? My back? Can you guys see me, hear me? How about now? Is the sound back on now? I think it says that I'm unmuted now. Yeah, you can get, okay, cool. I gotta add the other camera back in. My laptop almost ran out of batteries, and I had it plugged in, but I didn't have it plugged in good enough, I guess. Probably from when I moved the rod bag, it was laying on it, probably disconnected it. All right, let me get this other one in here. Add a screen. All right, we're back. What did you see? Did it go black, or was it just a blue screen? LiveScope just freeze up for you? Are you running a generator? I'm not running a generator. We're powered off of Amped Outdoors lithium. Literally, that's all that's running this thing. So I've got an inverter charging through my laptop block. In fact, let me show you guys this because I think this is the coolest thing ever. So on the bigger batteries from Amped Outdoors, they have Bluetooth built into them. So I've got 4 of their 100 amp hour batteries. 2 of them are this year's models, and then the other ones are older, so they don't have the Bluetooth in them. But the 2 that I got this year that have Bluetooth in them, look at this. This is so cool. Please hold. We're trying to catch a fish here. Next fish. Still got to update that. Next fish gets a battery drawing. Oh, up top. See this? That That looks like a walleye or something that is roaming through middle of the column. What's going on here? Now it's gone. I'm going to hang out up here and jig for a little bit and just see if it comes back. But this is what I was going to show you. Is that a fish next to the dead stick down low? We'll drop down there and jig a little bit. All right. So this is what we can see. Again, so I've got 4 100 amp hour batteries in there. 2 of them have the Bluetooth technology built into them. 2 of them don't. And they're wired in parallel. So that allows me to get 400 amp hours at 12 volts out of them. And the way that I charge them is I have a charger hooked up to one of them and they're all wired together. And so there's some load balancing that needs to happen. But check this out. Oh my gosh, you guys are not going to be able to see it very well. So 69% is what it says for battery juice. And you can see down below, we've got one of them at 73. Did it say 75, 73, and the other one's at 63? So they're load balancing. And so the other things that you can see on here is the current amp draw. So between these 2 batteries, we've got minus 10.5 amps, 10.4 amps now. Voltage at 13.2 volts. It tells you the temperature. It tells you the watts. And so, like, here's the thing is, like, what I really should do at some point is get either battery meters or upgrade the other 100s that I have to these new ones so that I can see the load balancing, because what could be happening too is I may not be pulling a full 10 amps out of them. What may be happening is maybe I'm only pulling 8, but the other 2 is going down to the others because maybe those charged up faster because they were one of them was actually where the charger was plugged into it. And so when they're charging, the current can sometimes charge one, and then they have to level out. They're going to float out to an even level. So sometimes what will happen is when I'm charging them, they will the charger will shut off because it says it's full. So I just leave it off, and then I let a couple hours go by. It balances all the batteries out, and then it's ready to charge up again another, whatever percent. So it's pretty cool. It's in the Bluetooth, the batteries that they have that support Bluetooth. So this is just like super cool technology. So like right now, I know I've got 69% left. I started this at, I think we were at 85%. So that just goes to show you how much power I'm using. The other batteries probably were already a little bit dead. So it's been pulling more out. But anyways, it's a lot of talking to show you one thing. How do you win the battery? Yeah, so when I catch the next fish, I'll put a word in the chat that you guys can put in the chat as well. And I'll leave it up so that you guys can do it for a little while. And then there'll be a drawing after a couple of minutes. You'll see it live on the screen. And then whoever wins has to reach out to me either via email or any of my social media stuff, which is all linked down below in the description, or in my profile. We're live on Facebook. We're live on X/Twitter. We're live on YouTube. And we currently have 348 people watching. Most of them are on YouTube. There's 1 watching on X. There's 3 watching on Facebook. And currently 343 on YouTube. What's worse, seeing fish and not catching, or not seeing fish at all? Not seeing fish at all, I think, is worse. Because if you see them, there's at least hope, or so you think. Granted, there's been many times that fish come through and they're just like, "Look, I ain't eating today. I don't care what you put down here, what you dangle in my face." That happened to me. Was that last year? I think it was last year. That happened to me where there was a fish that just kept swimming around underneath the holes for like 4 hours. Didn't matter. We tried everything from catfish bait to this tiniest little jig and waxies to minnows, shiner. We tried freaking everything. And it was just like, I'm just here to hang out and keep all the other fish away. It was a big fish too. But I think there's hope then. Way up high. Yeah, what is that up here? Oh, it's out of the cone angle. I can't see it. Lake of the Woods is always dead after 4. Yeah, I mean, I only fish this lake like 7 times a year and only during ice season. So I don't know enough about the lake to say that, but I have caught some of my biggest fish overnight on this lake, actually. Yo, I'd love me a battery. Yep. Should be next catch of an eel pout twisted. Yeah, I hope so. I could definitely go for catching a burbot right now. Yeah, I'm in a fish donkey tournament. How many of you guys are in these fish donkey tournaments? There's not a ton that have started yet, but there's one that goes all season long that I'm in that I got to get my stringers of like every species. And seeing as this is like my first ice trip, if you will, for camping, I'm trying to load up on getting fish entered. Hey Keith, are you going to be live again tomorrow for New Year's like last year? I don't know. I might. We'll see how tonight goes. We might go live again tomorrow. I should cook some food, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. You start thinking if you should move to another spot when you don't see any, but if you do see them, they aren't biting, you second guessing your bait selection. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and it's nighttime, so I'm not moving tonight. And I can't go deeper. Tomorrow I'm gonna ask the resorts again. I'm gonna check ice out there and see if it's deep, if it's good enough, and if I mean with these temps, I imagine they might start opening up past the crack tomorrow. We'll see. I'd rather be safe than anything. I think just in the last couple of days, there've been some pretty rough things that have happened on ice, and I don't want to be in the news. I could get a pizza going in the oven or some pizza rolls. I could make some pizza rolls. Jacob says he doubts it'll be open tomorrow. Yeah, probably not. They probably want to give it a couple more days. Probably want to get past New Year's. What resort am I out of? I'm out of Adrian's resort, their road, which is right next to like Wigwam. All right. I'm gonna get the oven preheating, and we're gonna make some pizza rolls. I'm not gonna do pizza. I think I'll do pizza rolls. They're easier to eat if I'm screaming still. Save the pizza for tomorrow night, maybe if we hop back on and do another stream. You're surprised they let me out with my house. Yeah, well, It's a skid house, Jacob. So it's a wheelhouse. You lower it down to the ice, and then it's skid house. So they are letting skid houses out. All right. You can do a giveaway if we can guess how many pepperonis on your pizza. One bite, everybody knows the rules. Oh my gosh, did you see that? A big fish just zoomed through up top. I missed it. I didn't even see it until it was too late. Ask for forgiveness, not permission, Jacob. One bite, everybody knows the rules. I got a dead stick over here. Garmin versus Humminbird LiveScope. So which live imaging is better? Is that what you're asking? Twisted? Garmin's got the best live imaging in the market, which is why I use it. Oh, fish on the bottom. I don't work with brands and not use the best gear. I use the best gear, and if companies want to let me use some gear or talk about their stuff and be honest about it, then sure, let's do it. But that's why I use Garmin. So Humminbird, they're a little ways back in terms of their live imaging technology, in my opinion. And I think everybody that you talk to in the industry would say the same thing. Where he went, pound the bottom a little bit. This is a rattle spoon with glow and tipped with a minnow head. Like this is like the trifecta. Oh, there it is. There it is. That fish up at 16 feet. I know you guys probably can't see it. Ah, it just disappeared again. It's almost acting like a burbot. Should we go? Let's just do this for now. In case he comes back. I'm gonna glow this up so that way we got at least that going for us. You see that glow? Whee! Chartreuse. Just like the lights in here. All right. Tonight could be one of those nights where it's a suspendy night, where we're actually not going to be on the bottom. Do you miss the Lake Master chip? I never used the Lake Master chip, but I've got the highest mapping that Garmin has, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's their Navionics Vision Plus or Pro or whatever they call it. I think it's the Plus. It's not cheap. I think it's $200 to get it, and then it's $100 a year. It's been good to me. Try fishing the 10-foot area. You're talking depth. I could jig around up here for a little bit. I know this is typically where like the problem is my LiveScope's not in perfect alignment. All right, this is what we're going to do. So that I can fish further up. Because right now, I don't know if you guys can see it. Here, I will move this camera so you can see what I'm talking about and what I'm going to do. Just going to help make it so you guys can see a little better when I go higher up in the water column. So you should be able to see my floor. So this right here is where my LiveScope pole is. Okay. This right here is where my jigging rod is. And this right here oh, that's the table. I was like, what the heck is that? This right here is where my dead stick is. And so if you see these three, they're not in a line. So the only way that this picks up my lures is under like 15 feet because the cone angle on the LiveScope goes out far enough then to pick them up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the LiveScope pole and I'm going to put it where the dead stick is. We're going to put the dead stick in the corner because then they'll all three be in a line because there's actually a corner hole over there. So that means I've got to pull that out. I'm going to put it in that hole. I'll probably have to rearrange so I can get a rod holder over there. And then we're going to do it. So there's no fish here anyways right now. So that is what we're going to do. Let me know if you think this is a great idea. And then I've got to keep an eye to see if we get a fish coming through. All right. Let me throw this trash away. We'll set it up there for now. All right. Oh, the only problem is my cords are back here, but we'll work around them. All right, so this is going to go first. Let's move. The other cool thing about this, the core ice house, is that they have these guys here. So these are, it's like a puck, and there's like a rail mount system. You can see, I don't think you guys can see any of them right now, but there's a rail that goes across so you can move these around. So I'm going to move this. Got a rod rack here. Move that over. And we got this can go here. And then let's move the, oh. Oh, this is not a bait feeder. So I have loose drag on it. So this blinks red is what this one does. I told you guys I would show you this. I think if I just get my finger wet, I can show you too. So this is the Fish Daddy, like dirty eye bomb thing. If you touch the sensors on the back, that's what it does under the water. It's blinking red. And then the fish is obviously swimming too. So we're dropping that back down in the hole, and it is like I've got cords all over back here. So if I end up having to set, I wonder if that's one of my old minnow heads that's falling down maybe. If I have to set the hook on this, I'm gonna kind of need to do it at an angle. Oh, I'll go over the wires. That's what a smart man would do. Here we go. All right. just don't want to rest on those wires or we're going to rip stuff, and I don't think that's what we're looking for here tonight. All right, there we go. It's too low. All right. Now we're going to move to LiveScope. This is also my cooler. So this is where I've got a couple of bottles of water chilling out. And what I do, I don't know how many of you guys do this. So if you have a hole to put your LiveScope in, I take a, I'm not going to pull it all the way out, but you can kind of see it here. This is a black trash bag. So I actually cover the hole around the LiveScope transducer with the black trash bag. So that way, nothing can fall down the hole. It just falls onto the bag because the bag floats and there's enough bag. It's a big enough bag. It like anything can basically fall on it. Even your phone could fall on it and it would just sit there. So you can grab it. So you don't lose things down the hole, number one. Number two, it acts as a nice shelf. So you can throw drinks, food, anything you want to keep cold right on top of that bag. And then you are you're good to go with some cold stuff. So I'm using the Summit pole and the LVS 34. I'm going to get it back down this hole. All right, I'm going to get it a little lower so I can put the cover over it. There we go. Just like that. We now can see both of them in a line. And now, this is literally an open hole that I can put whatever I want in. It ain't going to go anywhere. I can put the string feed in there, and it just sits on top. I know you guys can't see it, but can I show you? It's kind of a cool. So like this, I just put a black trash. This is a 10-inch hole, and it just sits there. I think you can kind of see it, right? Because the bag floats and it adds some buoyancy to it, and especially since I like ruffled the bag up, there's some air in it too. So anyways, what I do, throw that there. I should really put a catch cover over it, but now that we're done with that tangent, I'm going to jig a little, but now I should be able to come up to the 10-foot area, and you can see my lure. So let me try to do another thing. Trying to get this so you can see my jigging a little better. What's going on? Hold on. Save. Okay, we'll call it smaller. Save as a new layout. Boom. All right. So now you can see where I'm at. Paul's saying he's living vicariously through me. Ice doesn't exist somewhere. Yeah. Ice has been hard to come by this year, but I think it's finally turning cold enough. About 16 feet here. All right, tell you guys what. We're going to do a battery giveaway at 7 p.m. if we haven't caught a fish. If we caught a fish, first fish is when we're going to do it. How's that sound for everybody? Good? See that fish at 22 feet to the left? Let's go a little bigger. Oh, yeah, thanks, Mike, reminding me to eat. The biggest problem I have on the ice is I just get so distracted with everything and then I don't eat. All right, I got to make some pizza rolls. And the idea here is I'm going to go do something over here, which hopefully means fish will come in. Because whenever you're distracted or not paying attention, the fish come in. Let's see if that works. Fish yet? No fish yet? All right. I'm going to get this off of here. Don't want to start a fire. Those are fine. Look at this. Fancy lights. All right, so now we're going to start the oven. Gotta get it going. I think it's $4.50 for pizza rolls. Is it $4.50 for pizza rolls? I think so. We'll open the vent, turn the fan on, but we'll at least open the vent. We'll give it a couple minutes. Any fish come in? No. That thing's still hanging out there at 22 feet. I'll update this so it's accurate. 425. Look at you pizza roll pros here. Mitch, what's up, man? Thanks for hopping on. Let's do the banner. Edit. Next giveaway. After next fish or 7 p.m. Central. Boom. All right, updated the banner. Mouse back though. Smell that going. Tell you what, this is luxurious living on the ice. Have a bad day? No problem. Start up your oven and make your pizza rolls. Propane oven, but the light on it, it's power, which means we're powered by Amped Outdoors. Got amped lithium powering this whole house. Should we see what our energy level's at? We're not staying on until it dies. I would go crazy. What were we at before? Does anybody remember? What percent did I say the batteries were at when we last checked on my phone? What percentage? Anybody remember? $69. And what was that? How long ago? Probably a half hour ago. We're now at 67%. 67 now. Half hour. So 2% half hour. So one says half hour, one says hour. So that's 45 minutes. 2% in 45 minutes. You got 67% left. So it was half of 45. 45 divided by 2. Should actually just do it this way. 0.75 hours divided by 2. It's 3/8. Give it to me in decimal form. What are we doing here? All right, my brain's not working. 2% in 45 minutes. We have 67% left. That's all the math I'm doing. I tried crunching the numbers like it was exactly 30 minutes ago. Thank you, Thunder. So that means that we will burn 4% every hour if I don't have any significant changes in energy usage. Which I wouldn't. I mean, the internet's plugged in. I've got outside white lights, outside RGB, inside RGB. I've got a TV on. I've got the inside speakers on for some reason. I don't know why I have them on. I've got a camera plugged in. I've got a laptop plugged in that's powering a lot of different things. And then the oven light's on. The heater's going. Phone was charging. We've got a fishing lure that's charging right now. What else am I forgetting? I think that's about it. I've got 2 fans back here that are plugged in, but they're not charged. They're not charging. They're already charged up. So all of that, 4% an hour, 67. We have 67 divided by 4. That means we'll get about another 16 hours and 45 minutes. The oven is just a light. No, the oven's not a light, Mitch. The oven has a light in it that's running off of battery power, and then the blue lights on the knobs. It's a propane oven, so it's not using battery power to run. I've got a microwave that would take battery power. We could microwave something off of the amped batteries, but the generator's not going. I could do the pizza rolls in the microwave, and we would still be completely fine to go for many more hours. Isn't that crazy? Running a microwave and a coffee maker like I did this morning off of this. Crazy. That's what's using the battery. The oven is propane. Yes. Yes, correct. What about the furnace? It's a propane furnace, but it's forced air furnace. So it has a fan, a blower, and all those things in it. So it's 12-volt power. Easy bake oven. Yeah, I'm sitting over here with an easy bake oven with a little light. What temperature do I want to have this at? You're gonna want to put that thing on high, as bright as it'll get. 5 days later. Is there a solar prep package that comes with Core? Yes. In fact, the Core Ice is not Core Ice. IntelliCore, who's the parent company, they have different lines of products. So they have Core Ice, which is like what this is. So it's a ice trailer with holes in the floor and whatnot. They have Core RV and they have Core Pro. Core RV is your it may or may not have holes in the floor, but that's where you have like a shower in it. You've got a full water package, that type of thing. And then Core Pro is their third line, which is for professionals. So like mechanics, you've got construction companies, electricians, these companies that do fiber optics. They've got to actually do that inside of a clean environment, so they do it in there. But yes, they have electrical. I think they call it their electric vehicle package, where they have a built-in generator in the front, so that you have power if you need it, and they have solar. Where I think one of them that I saw had like over 2,000 watts of panels of solar on the roof. It had like 600 amp hours of battery power inside of it. They've got some stuff they're coming out with that's pretty crazy. So, and that what I just talked about is already out. I don't even know about all the other stuff they have coming, but they said that they have some really exciting stuff coming. So I believe them. I might later this year see if I can't get out in one of theirs that has solar on it later this ice season when we actually get some better ice. Can pull it out with the truck. You guys want to see that? Do a walkthrough where it's got like a full bathroom and everything in it. It's got solar on the roof. It's like running off all electric. That would be kind of cool. And they do have some that have like electric heaters in them too. Where'd my dead stick go? Well, there it is. I'm not doing very well here. Oh, twisted a little. My handle got twisted a little. Yeah, I'm struggling with this right now. Just trying to get the LiveScope redialed back in. I had it dialed in really good in the old spot. Here we go. That's better. I should probably put the pizza rolls in, huh? Is it 7 yet? 6:44. All right, remember, next fish or 7 p.m. All right, I'm going to go grab my pizza rolls from outside, and I'll probably put I keep one of these. We'll put this back. We didn't even eat the snack pack. Maybe we'll eat this tomorrow night if we go live again. Right. All right. Triple meat. It's what we eat. In foil. If you guys want to see a tour of this and how I got it set up for ice camping, that video will be coming out in the next couple of weeks here on the channel, where I walk through like everything, how I got it set up now. There's more I want to still do to it before the season's over, just to undo it all. But this trip, I've got a list of like 20 different things that I need to adjust. Smart person would put the pizza rolls on it before they put the foil in the oven. We're making all of them. Feeling hungry. I didn't actually eat lunch, so there's probably 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's probably 35 to 40 here. All right. Don't touch anything hot, please. There we go. Edges up. Boom. All right, now we'll let that rip for however long. Once it gets hot in here, we'll put that vent fan on. For now, I think we're good. And miss a fish. Combination is where it's at, LOL, Donovan. I do like combination. What's the difference between 3 meat and combination? Combination is, was it pepperoni, sausage, and cheese? 3 meat, you get an extra meat, but you still have cheese. Or is there no cheese? We're getting close, 17 minutes to the next drawing. There it is. Which ice? I'm on 11 inches right now. Any pros and cons of the core? Been looking for a new ice camper. Pros and cons. Well, let me tell. I mean, this is my first ice trip in it. Excuse me. This is what I would tell you. It's getting warm in here. Lots of pros. They're lightweight. I was telling somebody online this last night. Sometimes I'm doing things in here. Trying to think of a good example. Or even like pulling it across. Good example, pulling it out here on the skis behind my ATV. Sometimes I'd hit some bumps, and there was like little bumps, ridges in the ice, and it's like, oh, I didn't slow down. Like, holy crap! Like, I hope this thing can handle it, and I'm not going to break anything. And this thing freaking took it like a champ. So very good build quality. Another thing that I like is everything inside of it. I haven't really had any. I'm trying to think if there's any exceptions to this, and I don't have any. Like everything seems to just be solid. Um, and that's not typical for a trailer or an ice house. Like the walls are freaking, they're solid. Like there's no flex in the cabinets. You don't have, oh, this piece of trim's gonna fall off or this thing is poorly screwed in. Like the attention to detail and the quality is there. Incredibly lightweight. I'll probably say that every other benefit is incredibly lightweight because that's one of the big benefits. But it's very sturdy and well built. The flooring on these is incredible. You can wear your ice spikes in here. It never gets slick because it's got like a grip to it. You drive on it, you can hose this whole thing out. It's fully waterproof. It doesn't rot. It won't mildew. There's no compostable material. There's no wood in here at all. Everything's either aluminum, foam, fiberglass, plastic, like the windows, like even the cabinets are a composite. It's just the build quality, I think, is awesome. Um, I mean, if you have specific questions, let me know. I'm trying to think of cons. Um, can't really think of very many cons, honestly, to be honest with you. Um, I wish that, okay, I guess two things. One, I wish that which they can take care of. Like you get the model that you want, right? In my scenario, I just picked up one of their in-stock models. But if you're actually building one from them, or you're buying it directly from them, one thing is the hole layout for the floor. I would have had two additional holes right in front of me so that I had five holes in line. And I don't actually need this hole here. Granted, I probably would have lost a spear hole unless they could turn it, which is fine. But that like it's the features. I would have had more in a line for LiveScope because I think LiveScope and live imaging, whether you have it now or not, it's gonna be more prevalent in the future. And so having the whole layout so that it works with that is good. You can always put other holes in too. And I know you can probably add holes later, but that would be one thing is just look at the whole layout. They're not bad. It's just not set up the way that I would necessarily have it. And everybody has a different opinion. It's set up really smart for this layout where if you have a flasher in your jigging or you have a set line, it actually works pretty dang good. But that's one thing for me. That's my opinion. The second thing is power outlets. And so in the back, so from here back, which I think is probably 6 feet, there's only one spot that has USB and a 12-volt like cigarette lighter outlet in the back. I'm sure they can add more and you can add it on as a feature, but I think it should come standard with at least one more. Like put one on the outside of this cabinet, have one for the upper bunk because there's only one down here on the lower bunk. Now, granted, you could run a cord up to the top. At least I don't think there's one for the upper bunk. Now they say that. No, in this model, it's just the one. And so there's no AC power. So if you're running off a generator like me with an inverter, I have to either use the upper cabinet up here above the TV where there's an outlet, or there's an outlet here. So right now I've got my laptop plugged in. I have to run an extension cord underneath this behind and over to the dinette. Like the dinette should probably have AC power. Would be one recommendation. So just more of those things, and I'm sure they can customize them for you. The other thing that's actually a pro is their core rail system. I don't know how many people know about this, but if you and I don't really have anything on camera here, I'll turn this so you can see it. So what you're seeing here in front of me is this aluminum. This is an aluminum track that goes all the way to the door. I've got a shelf here that I put on aftermarket. I've got a clam rod rack, rod holder for 4. This is a catch cover rod holder, a catch cover rod holder. This is an Eskimo fishing table. And so what's great about the core rail system is you get like these pucks. Ooh, I don't want to leave. I almost just left the stream. You get these pucks that grip onto the rail. It's not a puck. It's these things. So it's just like this little clippy thing that you can either buy these little squares from them and then you can screw whatever you want onto the front of it. So this is like a catch cover puck, and then you can put whatever accessory you want on it. You could use clams, Eskimo, whoever's you want. You put whatever you want on it. But what's great about them is you can just move things around wherever you want. You don't have to have a whole bunch of pucks all over the place. I gotta make sure we're still charging after I move that laptop. Yep, we're good still. So anyways, what's great about these is you can move things around and you can add extras anywhere. So you could have 2 rows of them. You could put another one there. You could put more in there. You could put one up here. You can have hanging shelves. You can do a lot of things. So from a customizability standpoint, I really like that. I think I just went on a tangent for like 10 minutes talking about answering your question. But yeah, there's not a lot of cons right now. I'm trying to think of the hole placement, but that's a personal thing. Everybody likes their holes in a different spot. And I know that they'll put them wherever you want if you work with them on the design of it. I mean, they like the common things that you run into issues are like build quality, the frame, the weight. All the lights are LED lights. They've got interior RGB lights so you can change the color. They got white lights. It's zoned too, so I could have this side on, this side off, up front on. I could turn the light on underneath the cabinet up here if I wanted to. Like you can zone all of it. Outside's color all the way around in white too. It's pretty cool. With the trailer being so light, how does it tow with the wind? It tows pretty good. You just want to make sure that you can throw as much tongue weight on it as you can. So I pull my ATV as far up as I can get it, and then I stack some stuff up in the like front bathroom stub nose area, and that allows me to just make sure I've got plenty of tongue weight. And the axles, actually, I think the axle's right about here, and so you just try to get as much weight over that axle as you can. It tows pretty good. I don't get very good gas mileage because of the stub nose and with it being a nice tall ceiling, but that's not a problem with the ice house. Yeah, I think these are going to be in here for a little while. And none of them even popped open yet. And it's on foil, so it's probably going to take a little bit here. Green light clearly not working. New color. Yep, and we've got a drawing here in 1 minute. What? We're giving away a battery? All right. Let me get a hashtag going here, and we're going to do another giveaway. Please hold. All right. There it is. The hashtag you want to put in the chat right now is amped2024. You have to do hashtag amped2024. This is a giveaway from Amped Outdoors. What we're giving away, I'll show everybody so that you can see what you're entering to win. If you don't want the product, don't enter to win. Haha, I don't. Why would you not want this? I mean, I'd love to get another one of these. Why can I not find what I'm looking for? This guy right here. All right. So the giveaway is for the Amped Outdoors Lithium 30 amp hour LifePO4 battery. This is the wide one. So this is the one that'll fit in like all your shuttles out there, your ice fishing shuttles. They have a tall version that in some of the shuttles it doesn't fit. The wide fits in basically all of them, which is great. And it comes with a charger. This is important because LifePO4 batteries have a higher voltage to them, and then you're going to be able to charge it up to that cap on the voltage. So it's going to be able to actually get fully charged. This between the battery and the power cord is usually 220 bucks. We're giving it away to one lucky viewer right now. And you only need to enter it once. If you enter it 300 times into the chat or 2, you're only going to get your name put into the drawing once. The system automatically pulls you out if you've already put it in there. Just going to scroll through and make sure everybody's typing it right and nobody's accidentally screwing up. Check your response. It looks like somebody put in amped 224. I don't know where it went now. But amped 2024, hashtag amped 2024, just like you see scrolling across the screen right now. Let me get this thing off of here. We still got no fish. I'll pull up the giveaway screen so we can all see that. Da, 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 da. And here we are. 226 entries. I'm watching the LiveScope down here, so you don't need to worry. I will let you know if there's a fish, and we'll switch back to it. But right now, there is no fish. So if you want to win a 30 amp hour Amped Outdoors LifePO4 battery plus a charger, $220 worth of equipment here, throw hashtag AMP 2024 in the chat. 239, 242. We'll give it another minute or so here. 244. We got something all the way up top. It just looks like maybe a minnow. Yeah. I will tell you this. This is typically the lull in the night. And then what I've seen is right around midnight is it picks up. You do get some stragglers coming through, and they're usually good-sized fish that I've noticed. All right, 251, 252. We are going to go ahead and do the drawing in 10 seconds, and it'll be live, so you guys will all get to see it. So get it in there if you want to be entered. Hashtag AMP 2024. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, somebody just got in. Draw. Here it goes. Who's it going to be? Travis Young, you are the winner. We had 259 entries into the drawing at time of drawing. Travis Young, you are the winner. Congratulations, Travis. I'm going to go ahead and drop it here into the chat. There's no fish on the screen. Congrats. Travis Young, congrats. All right, let me pull the LiveScope screen back up because that's what we're all really excited about. Kawabanga. So you can see, no fish. Take the banner off for now until we figure out what we want to do here. But Travis, you won. So what you need to do next is reach out to me. You can either email me, biz at alextim.com. You can email me. Otherwise, down in the description, you can find my social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. My email's there as well. Reach out to me. I need your first and last name, I need your mailing address and I need your phone number for shipping purposes. Let me know you won, and then we'll go from there. So we'll work on getting that out to you. Congratulations. That's freaking awesome. Freaking sweet. Check the rolls. Yeah. They're looking good. They're starting to like sizzle on the outside, but nothing's popped open yet. So we're gonna go new light color. All right. What light color do we want to do? We can't do green again. Let's change up the color and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do for another giveaway. Should we do another giveaway? Do we want to do another giveaway? Purple, purple, red, purple, red, purple. I'm just reading. I'm not giving my opinion yet. Somebody said something there. Now keep that eye on the dead stick. Looks like a bottom feeder is creeping. Okay. Let me get her a little lower down. And I'll start pounding bottom too here with this guy. Purple, purple, ice blue. All right. It looks like purple's winning. All right. We're doing purple. Purple it is. We gave green to our Packers fans. Now we got to give purple to our Vikings fans. Sad day for Vikings. I'm a Vikings fan, if you don't know. But I wonder if it has purple. Wouldn't that be sad if it doesn't? Is that purple? That's purple. I think. Or is that pink? No, that was pink. This is purple. All right. Colors up. Just got a lot of white on this screen. If I were to do this, it would look much more purple. But I got to have the screen up to interact with you guys. It's there now under the dead stick. I don't see it. Purple looks great, and that's even from a guy that lives 20 minutes from Lambeau. Love it. What happened to the battery-powered lure? It looks like it's fully charged. Ron. Looks like it's fully charged. Doesn't have a blue light on it anymore. So we could maybe tie that on, see what happens. What did you use to pull the trailer? I've got an ATV. 4-wheel drive on tires with chains, V-bar chains on the back. Back tires. And it was glare ice. Where at stick? Must be talking to each other. Let's get that in the water. How much ice you got? Are you using a rattle? I've got a rattle right here. Yeah, this is a Rattle Master actually. Ice. I'm sitting on 11 inches. Hey, fish, get over here. I know. Fish by the dead stick now. The dead stick's getting the action over here. I mean, he's not hooking up, but he's at least getting some lookers. Should I rig up? Let me check on these guys. Nothing's popped open yet, but they look like they're getting close. I should tie that animated lure on, see if it works in ice fishing. That would probably be a dead stick. Oh, I see it right in the middle. Travis Young with the $4.99 super chat. So kind of you, sir. So kind of you. Thank you so much, man. Congrats. All right, fish by dead stick now. Solid rear axle or independent? It is independent rear suspension on the ATV. I believe. I think that's right. Yeah, it's independent. It's a CF Moto C4 600 Touring. If you want to look it up, it's a 2021. I think it's independent rear suspension. Travis pitching in on the shipping. There you go. Hello from North Central Iowa. Still waiting on fishable ice. Yes. I had to drive up here to the Canada border to get on the ice. I'm on Lake of the Woods here. Could hop on my ATV and be in Canada in less than 3 minutes. That is how close I am. Could an 800cc snow machine pull that shack? I don't know. That's a good question. I wonder if I highlight that, if I can come back to it later. Let me find out. That's actually a really good question. Can you actually use a snowmobile to pull it? I started, so I'll come back to it later. Probably not on the stream after, unless Core Ice hops on and they know. They were on here earlier. If they hop on, we'll ask them. Otherwise, I will find out. I'll shoot them a note this week coming up after the holiday and find out for you. Maybe your banner should periodically give location, temp, ice thickness. Yeah, I can't do, that's actually a really good idea. I guess I could just type it in and put it in the banner. That's not actually a bad idea. Because that's what all the questions people are asking. Is that why you're saying that, Rich? Something was moving on the far right side of the screen. Yep, I saw that too. Heading up to Lake of the Woods on the 24th. Nice. What up, Ty? Where are the fish? The fish, I'm glad you asked, are elsewhere in the lake, likely feeding right now. And we're waiting on them to come through. I typically will see them a little bit later here, and then like I caught a burbot 2 nights ago, not last night, the night before, at 5:30 in the morning. I caught a 18-inch walleye at 12:30 a.m. Late at night. I mean, I've caught 220 in the last 2 years. Well, within the last 3 years, ice fishing on this lake, I've caught 2 28-inch walleye between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m., a 27 and a half, a 28-inch burbot, and like countless other fish. So like there's definitely a night bite on this lake, but it seems like the window is always moving depending on where you are on the lake, which makes sense. Like, are you up shallow? Are you by structure? Are you out deeper? I'm in a flat 25 feet. I'm not super shallow. I'm not deep, but I'm trying to get as deep as I can because that's where the fish have moved. The fish came out of the shallows, and over the last week they've moved out, but we can't get past this point because of a crack that's in the ice. So, yeah. Maybe with a studded track. Yeah, could. Did you try the animated bait yet? No, I was going to tie that on. Keep getting distracted talking to you guys. They're still cooking. All right. I need a rod. We're going to take this guy off. I'm thinking a dead stick. Do you think I should use a dead stick rod or a walleye rod for the animated lure? What do you think? So a dead stick rod is you're gonna be able to see a lot more into the tip. It's gonna be softer on the tip. You can absorb some good head shakes on some of the smaller fish too with that, which is nice. But it's got the indicator bite on it, indicator tip on it, which is kind of nice. And then it goes into a good deep backbone because it's intended to be like a tip up rod or a dead stick inside, and you wouldn't use a bobber. A walleye rod, like this is a walleye rod, so this is a tuned up custom rod Power Precision. And so this, I mean, you've got a little for the bigger fish. You've got some protection here against head shake, but it's got more backbone. What are we saying here? Dead stick walleye, dead stick, dead stick, dead stick. Okay, well, that's good. That's what I got here. I had a swing and jig, an Acme swing and jig on it that we're going to take off. And we need the line cutters. All right, I can say that I've never done this under a purple light before. I always, when I retie, I always like to try to see if there's any beat up line and cut it off. The last thing you want to do is tie a new jig on and then have your line break on you. I see that fish. The fish coming in at 22 feet over. Let's put me on here. I'm going to direct tie because I don't know what to expect here. And this feels like 6-pound fluoro. It might be. It's 6-pound. All right, let's cut off our tail. How many times have you guys cut the wrong line? You're trying to cut your short end off and you cut the wrong end and you're like, what the heck? I've done it before where I've done that and it's in my hand and I cut it and I'm like, okay, great. And then I go and toss it. And I just toss my bait in the water because I cut the wrong line. It's not even on the line. Yeah, real bad. I didn't do that this time. It's just I was thinking about it because it's hard to see in here. All right. I kind of want to put this in a container to show you guys how it works because I have no clue. I've never used these before, but I do have it charged. I don't know. Maybe we'll do it later. I'm gonna put it over here. My jigging rod hasn't been doing much. You guys have said that there's some activity over by my dead stick, so I'm gonna leave the dead stick. And we're going to put this guy over here by where my jigging rod was. And then we'll just drop the jigging rod down if we need to, if this doesn't work. All right. So again, for everybody, and I'm going to check my my pizza here in just a second. But this is what we're working with here. This is called an animated lure jig. You can already see it trying to, here, can I turn this on? Whee! So this is an animated lure jig. You can see it's got some wave in the tail. It's got 2 treble hooks. I'm not putting anything on it because I don't want to screw up the action. You can see it'll swim through the water. On the front of it, you've got a little, you know what? Here we go. Now we're talking. On the front of it, you've got a little prop, right? And so this is what we're going to throw down there, and we're going to see how well it does swimming in the water. We're going to see on LiveScope if it looks like it's swimming in a circle. Hopefully, I don't run into an issue trying to get it down to that depth, but we will find out. Oh, there's a fish over there by the dead stick. Okay, so I already took the other rod out. So we're going to drop this down. I don't have anything on it. You can see it falling. Kind of almost looks like it's already swimming, doesn't it? Back and forth, back and forth. Good returns on it. All right, we don't want to be on the bottom. So see what that looks like. We'll open the bait feeder up. Let's get it in the center of the hole there. I wish you could see the rod tip. Like it's acting like it's a minnow. And you can kind of see it's moving. Oh, yeah, pizza roll. Pizza rolls aren't done yet. I must not have let it preheat hot enough. Or the foil's shielding it. Too thick a foil, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, they're not done yet. They're getting close, though. But now I don't have a jigging rod. This would be the perfect time to eat, wouldn't it? No way you can't smell those pizza rolls. I can smell them, but they're not burning, which is good. We don't want them to burn. You see how it's moving, though? It's moving. God, I just want a fish to come up and look at it. Or all the filling is expelled. Yeah. I'm intrigued. I know, me too. Like, what is a fish gonna do when it sees this thing? It's literally down there swimming. Like, here, I'm gonna try to get my phone on the stream and show you guys what this rod is doing. Like, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. It's a resort vehicle, it looks like, driving around out here. All right, so we're gonna mute that. We're gonna flip the camera. All right, can you guys Sorry about that. Okay. I won't talk, but I'm gonna do this. Here we go. We're gonna go into solo layout. I'm gonna show you the rod. Set it here so it's still. That's the rod tip. Dude, it's 25 feet. How do I do this so it's more stable? Anyways. I think you guys got that point there, so no sense in draining it further. Yeah. Isn't that sweet? That's pretty sweet. This thing, internal temp high. Hey, yo, I think I'm back now. Couldn't figure out how to get it back. The camera said it overheated. I have the wrong camera sitting here, but it was working, so we're going to continue using it. I turned the oven off. The pizza rolls look like they're at that point where like they're ready to burst open, but they haven't yet. And so my guess is I'm gonna let them just kind of cool off just a little bit in the oven, kind of set up a little bit. But I turned the heat off in there, and then I'll give it like I should just open the oven. I'll just take them out. How about that? Boom! Oh, these are gonna be perfect. Cannot wait. They are going to be perfect. What do we got going on with these fish? You don't think I eat them all? Hey man, I'm up here till Monday. I will eat. I will eat them all. I mean, let's not joke around here. I'll probably eat them all tonight. I already got a napkin. Did I eat that cheese stick? Oh, shoot, they got a manual for this. Oh yeah, I looked at this. Wonder if it says how long it lasts. Like, how long does the charge last? See that little fish up top? I'll give you some fun facts about this lure we're using. Once fully submerged underwater for 1 second, the animated lure mini, so this is the mini version, they make bigger ones, will then begin the lifelike swimming pattern of a real fish. Depending on water conditions and depth, the user may wish for it to swim. Animated lure mini can swim for up to 45 minutes. Animated lure mini hinge strength is up to 30 pounds maximum. They've tested and recommended animated lure go no deeper than 32 feet. Cool. It's designed for freshwater. Dry it completely before charging. Sweet. All right. They're hot. Just get a plate. Woo, they're hot. We're stacking them all on the plate. We're calling it a day. Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts looking at all these. I already know I'm going to eat them all. And I'm going to be like, why did I do that? Here it is. Feast. I can feel how hot they are. I need to let them sit. Worst feeling in the world is burning your mouth on pizza or pizza rolls. And that the tip on that thing is just rocking still. Time to break out the bang. Man, I didn't bring any bang this trip. I do have what I've been milking is a monster. It's the last one I have, but I've got caffeinated Mio. Have you guys had that? We'll squirt into your water, and I like it. It's healthier for you than these two. The Bang ones aren't bad, but these monsters aren't. I don't know. Did you know that Bang Energy got bought out by Monster? So Monster Energy now owns Bang Energy. I tell you, I don't know how that got approved. So Bang Energy, who was a sponsor of mine last year, I actually walked away from them as a sponsor because their CEO was a crazy man, and I didn't agree with some of the things that he did. But Bang had gotten into a few court cases with Monster because they're competitors. They go head to head, and Monster's the biggest in the energy drink company in the energy drink market space. So Monster actually sued Bang multiple different lawsuits around, like they used to say super creatine. They used to make some claims, and I guess they couldn't back them. And so Monster sued them for, I want to say it was like over $400 million. Bang Energy ended up going bankrupt because they were sued and lost to Monster Energy drinks, right? And so they went bankrupt. And what happened was Monster Energy came in and said, oh, look at this bankrupt company. We're going to buy them. And so now Monster owns Bang Energy. Bang Energy is going to continue to be a product. What Monster, the leadership at Monster said is they're going to minimize the number of flavors that they have. But they're still going to allow Bang to run under its own branding and whatnot. They'll clean up some of the claim language that there was discrepancy around. So we'll see maybe fewer flavors because I think they had like 30 some flavors. We'll see fewer. I don't know how many fewer, like maybe we'll see 15. And they'll continue to get them out there. But Monster is now the parent company of Bang. So interesting factoid for you. Not that anybody here asked. Light lemon juice on pizza is amazing as well. That actually sounds really good. I wonder if I have lemon juice. I don't think I do because it would have to be refrigerated, and I didn't bring anything refrigerated like that. Mmm. Mm-hmm. So good. So good. Still hot, but not burn your mouth hot, which I love. What's this first? I'm going to grab my meal drink. I don't know. We give this a little bit longer here, and then we pull one of them up so I can get jigging again. The dead sticks had the most attention to it. This guy had like a little guy come up to it. Scale of 1 to 10 with how hungry I am. Seven and a quarter, 7.5 is what I would call them. They're good, but like they're not incredible. Like walleye finger fish fry right now. Oh, some boiled burbot, some butter. Oh, like that would be amazing right now. That would be a 10. Try it with sriracha. There's a fish under the dead stick. I'm not a cocktail shrimp guy. I don't know why. Like, I like shrimp, like hot shrimp. Cocktail shrimp. I mean, I'll eat it, but it's not like anything crazy. Dead stick's getting some action, at least some lookers, but they're not big. See what the battery juice is on the Amped Outdoors? Please hold. Scanning for batteries because they're Bluetooth, so I got to connect to them. To dashboard, parallel. We're down to, I don't know how long it's been, but we are down to 61%. What were we at before? 67? So it dropped 6%. Crazy. Here, fishy, fishy. I agree. I need to do something different. Well, I think it's been 1.5 hours. Nice. Since it was at what? What was it 1.5 hours ago? 69? Mm. All my camera stuff's in here, though. I can't really walk anywhere. There's so many cords and power juice things going back into those batteries. All right. Should I take the animated lure out, you think? Has anything happened to it? Should I take that out and put a jigging rod back in? That's a good idea, Stickman. Work on your rods and tackle organizing while we're live. It's a great idea. A couple questions that came in. Am I using the LVS 32 or 34? I'm using the LVS 34. And just so you know, if you ever see anybody's screen, LVS 34, so the LiveScope Plus, in the bottom left-hand corner, it defaults to that name, LVS 34. If they have an LVS 32, it defaults to, I think it says GLS 10. So if you see GLS 10, you know that they're probably using an LVS 32. If they have an LVS 34, it's going to say LVS 34. That's if you ever see anybody's screen and you're wondering what they have, you can tell just by looking at that. You can rename it though too. So you can go into the settings and actually change the name of that. So I could call it like LVS 39 and probably trick a lot of people too. But yeah. What head unit am I using? I'm using the GPS Map 8610. So this is the 10-inch screen. GLS 10 is the black box. That's correct. Just joining, and I'm heading up to Lake of the Woods on the 18th. How thick's the ice? Uh, I'm out of the Baudette area, and it is. I last checked it underneath me, and it was 11 inches. I'll check it outside tomorrow. I imagine we're at 12 or 13 inches by now, but they're still not letting anything out other than ATVs, snow machines, side by sides. You can pull a trailer. So, like, I've seen the same guy with the snowmobile trailer pulling it out here. I've seen people with like flatbed trailers and whatnot pulling gear and stuff out. But yeah, no ice, no wheelhouses yet, and no trucks, not even cars they're letting out yet. So hopefully that changes in the next week or so. Hopefully by the 18th, I'm sure by the 18th they'll be letting something more out. All right, I think I'm gonna pull the animated lure back out because it ain't doing nothing. I think this is the type of thing that like you need fish around, and then it'd be kind of fun to drop it in and see how they react to it. So I'm gonna grab a pizza roll, pull that out, and I'm gonna put my jigging rod back down. Here it is. Woo, I didn't do anything. Oh, we know. We know. Can't even see my hook keeper. There it is. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. They'll come in here. Trying to think. I was gonna see if this rattle master's any bigger. Let me grab my phone here real quick and just see if a fish comes in. Gotta remember that's what that cable's for. Plug the phone in so she's juiced up. May as well pull a little bit more current outside of those amped outdoors batteries. I'm gonna see. I've got a bigger rattle master. I wish Amped made bigger rattle masters. Yeah, this is the biggest one they make. I don't know what size it is, but they need to make bigger ones. Minnow head is typically where I have the best success with the rattling spoon. But we're gonna do that again. And we'll bang it around. We'll see if we can call anything in. But we tried the rip and wrap, the ultralight rip and wrap earlier. That didn't do anything. I'm not sure if you guys have different ideas that I'm not thinking of. Like, what do you do when there's no fish on the screen? I mean, normally you move or you give up or you sit there not expecting to catch any fish. But if you don't do either of those three, what do you do to get the fish to come in? I mean, typically I just jig something with noise in it. Like, here's the thing that a lot of people well, I shouldn't say a lot of people. Here's the thing that some people don't think about is like you watch these videos on YouTube, including mine, my fishing videos. It looks like, oh, there's a fish, there's a fish. Oh my gosh, he caught like 20 fish in the matter of 45 minutes. But the reality is, you didn't see that they were out there for 12 hours, right? And so it's the power of editing. The power of editing. I mean, there have been many days that I've gone out fishing and I've gotten skunked. Happens to everybody. I mean, you look at your biggest favorite, you know, creator on YouTube, fishing guy, and you ask them, they'll tell you the same thing. It's plenty of days. Everybody gets skunked. It's about the hours on the ice. But what's cool about this live is like you never know. You could have one of those days where it's just nonstop. You could have one of those days where you get skunked. Fortunately, that didn't happen to us. You could have one of those days where you catch 2 PBs, right? And so we'll see. All right, dropping back down. Oh shoot, I didn't glow this up. Move. I can't move with all my gear set up like this. I can maybe move tomorrow if they let me out deeper. But I don't want to go shallower. Maybe during the day I'll go shallower. But at night, I guess at night is really where you want to be shallower until they come back out. I don't know. I've always had really good luck deep at night. But I know that's kind of counterproductive because fish usually come in shallower to feed at night. At least in those windows, the evening window and the morning window, they come in shallow to feed typically, and then they go back out in between those time periods. So yes, I thought I saw yeah, Ryan out on Big Arbor. Vito watching you right now. Slow bite. Ryan, thanks for the super chat. $2 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And good luck. Hopefully it picks up for you out there. Aaron says, when they weren't biting, Grandpa always said, you're not holding your mouth right. Biting? I don't get it. That went over my head. I'll work the whole column, hoping something in the distance sees it far off. That's valid. Yep, I do that. John, finally off work. How's the bite been? Slow, man. We did catch a walleye right off the bat. We haven't really gotten much action outside of that. We've had a few lookers, and then that's it. Like we tried a couple new lures. We tried a rip and wrap. We tried pounding the ground. We tried up high. We tried down low. We put in automatic moving lure in there where it swam around in a circle, but there were no fish around to see it, so that didn't help. We're trying. Overnight, sometimes you can get those fish. And like honestly, when I get the overnight fish, it's either one of 2 reasons you get those fish, and they're almost always big fish. It's one, either you have your set line, so your rattle reel, your dead stick, your bobber, whatever, at the right height, right where they're coming through, and they nail it. Or 2, you're awake, jigging, you see them come through either at the bottom, the top, anywhere in between, and you get up there and you jig them because they're usually just coming off of or going to a feed binge. And so they'll usually eat if you're in the path. That's usually when I catch through the night, but they don't just hang around. Like they're not going to just chill. Usually it's, you see them coming from one end of the screen to the other, and then you've got to intercept them. Either you got lucky and put your bait in the right area. Okay, here we go. Dead stick's got some ghost fish by it. Call them ghost fish when they're there and then they're not. and then they're there and then they're not, like that, the bottom. It's crazy. Craziness. I've never had much luck on Lake of the Woods after the magic hour. Yeah, it's not copy by your lure. It's not not the hot and heavy time at night. Maybe say here fishy fishy over and over. Does that work? Here fishy fishy. Here fishy fishy. I don't think it does. That's awesome. You make a meal. So this is what I'm talking about. This is my new thing. It's cheap and it works and it's actually fairly healthy. And you can get the ones that don't have caffeine in them too and vitamin B. I don't know where my lid went. Think those are crappies up there, or do you think those are whitefish? We'll jig around up here for a little while. Like that at 14 feet. Think those are crappie? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll go live tomorrow night for a little bit. Maybe if we get maybe I'll wait and see if the fish are biting before I go live. David Burnick in with the super sticker, $5 super sticker. Thank you, David. Really appreciate it. I don't see the super sticker though, but it just says it's super sticker. Sweet. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Heading out tomorrow to Lake of the Woods in Kenora with Northwest. I can't wait. Going to be nice. 5 days in the ice castle. So be safe. Probably heard of the accident that happened on the in the Northwest angle. Just be safe when you're out there, and have a blast, man. You're gonna get on the if you're going through a guide and a service that's you're paying to get you out there, you're gonna get in the fish. If I was more mobile, I would probably go shallow, like you guys are saying, and get into the fish right now. But with all of the electronics, cameras, everything I got set up in here, internet service, I can't really move right now. But the video, one of the videos from this trip that will go up on the channel in the next couple of weeks is me showing you I'm fishing. How quickly can I move to another spot and be fishing again in this? Because what's cool about it is since it is a skid, I don't have to raise it up, right? All I got to do is pull this line and that line out of the hole, pull my LiveScope out, throw it on the ground, make sure nothing's going to fall off the table or anything, which I wouldn't have if I was moving around during the day. So everything would already be where it needs to go. So it's pulling the two lines out in the LiveScope, throw my hole covers on. ATV's already hooked up, hit the gas, go, move where I want, auger, done. Yeah, there's a little guy down by that dead stick. Go pound the bottom a little bit. But anyways, so I'll have a video showing you how long that takes, which would be kind of cool. Is it the smallest core for a toy hauler? No, they have a 6511, which is 11 feet long. What capture card are you using to record your LiveScope? So there's two ways that I do this. For streaming, so I've got a Garmin 8610 XSV GPS map screen. And so what that means is there's an HDMI output on the back. That's important because then I can just run an HDMI cable out of it. And then I get a Elgato. It's the HD Cam Link or the Cam Link 4K from Elgato. It's a little like USB dongle. Goes into a USB port into the computer, and it has an HDMI. So I just plug the HDMI out from the screen into that, and then right into a USB port, and it acts like a webcam. So that's what you're seeing here on the screen. When I'm doing videos, like I'm out ice fishing, I use it's the red and black one I've used for like 2 or 3 years. It's the same one that Clayton Schick uses. I think it's the same one that Jay Siemens uses. Most of the people are using this one. Who else did I see that has this? I don't remember who else. I recently saw somebody else that was using it too because it stands out. It's like a red triangle box with the with black on it, and it's just got a button on the front that's either red or blue. But that's what I use. It's from Amazon. I think it's like $100 for it. So you do HDMI in, and then you put a micro SD card in the back of it, and it just captures it. What I like about this one and why I went with this one is it has audio jacks in the input. It's intended to be used for a gaming system. And so they have where you can plug your headset in, so that way you can get like your voice audio, like if you're gaming. Well, I don't use it for that. What I do is I have a lapel mic plugged into it. And so that way it records the LiveScope with my voice, like it's a microphone with everything that's going on directly to the LiveScope screen. Because when you're editing, if you've got multiple cameras like I usually do, I can then sync everything up with audio in post. And that way I don't need to try to figure out where does this line up with the video. And if I stopped and started video, do I got to line it back up? I just sync all the audio across the whole day. And then all of my clips, all of my cameras are in a multi-layered sequence. So that's how I do it. When it's snowing, I've never had luck. Well, fortunately, it just stopped snowing. So does that mean all the fish are now going to come out and play? Thanks, David. Appreciate you being here. Just a matter of time until something shows up. Looks like some bait fish over there on the right, maybe, where the larger fish was chasing them a minute ago. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fish are going to come through, right? But I will say it was eerily, I guess it was snowing all day, but it was like eerily quiet today. Like there were, because normally in the morning, right around sunrise for a couple of hours every morning, you typically get this flurry of fish, right? And it's typically your 10-inch sauger coming through mixed in with your 11-inch walleye. But like this morning, there was nothing. Yesterday there was, but this morning there was nothing. And so it was kind of weird. I just wrote it off and knew I was going to be doing a live stream later, so I got a little bit of prep work for the live stream done, figured out my hookup setup and all that. And, yeah. I think the outfitters will take extra caution after that incident. I hope so. It's just so unfortunate. Talk about the setup. You ever run straight mono or usually braid it to fluoro? I think I have 2 rods with straight mono that I put on last year just to try, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So now I just run straight fluoro on my rods. Good question, though. I like the Clam Ice line. It's made by Sunline, I think, is the company that makes it for Clam. It's my favorite ice line. My converted cargo trailer 6x10 is a great one-man toy hauler shack. Just would love the wheel setup that Core has on it. Yeah. That would be nice. If only it was easy to add yourself, right? Where's our dead stick? We'll give him a little jiggle jiggle. There he is. Swimming around, wandering off the screen. He's really close to the bottom. No, he's pretty high up. Joe, I'll have to, I'm going to star that. I'm going to check that out. I'll come back to that. I'm going to get some, or at least look into it. Sounds like something I'd like. This is it. The Avermedia recorder. That is the capture device that I use when I'm fishing, when I'm recording to be able to use it in videos after. Good deal, man. Glad. Can you pan your LiveScope around to see more around you? I could. Should we look? Pop it in forward and look around. Not that I'm going to move, but we can do that. Let me shut this window. It's cooled off in here. All right. Sorry, that was probably loud. Pop her in forward mode. This is a cold ice deucer. Oh my gosh, I can't even turn it. Drag around it maybe. Trying to undo the knob. There we go. To get it loose so I can put it in forward mode for you. There we go. There's ice in it. There we go. I'm going to take me off the screen so that way this is easier for you guys to see here. So the first thing you got to do is adjust your depth. I never really do auto, but let's see what it does. Auto's not bad. It's probably too deep though, honestly. I wouldn't have gone 36. I would go 30. And then we can go further than 100 feet. Oh, well, then we want to go deeper. Let's just see what we can find. We're out, what did I set it at, 175 feet? Okay, so that is one direction. I'm slowly panning. And what we're seeing is a lot of those same smaller fish in the suspendy areas. Like those could be crappies. Just suspended. Or they could be bait fish clouds like that. Right there around 80. I guarantee you that's bait fish and probably yeah, you can see them moving. That's bait fish. Let's keep going. About 3/4 of the way around the circle. And then what I'll do is I'll zoom in closer so we can look at bottom. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at. You can tell usually when you would want to do this in forward view, this far out is when you're searching for suspended fish. So like if it was middle of the day right now, I'd probably go pop a hole over 60 feet and just see what these things are. But what we're going to do is we're going to pull our range in to say 80 feet. Because now what we're going to be able to do, and we'll move this back down to 30, is we're going to look and see if we can find anything close to the bottom. So I got to try to go slow. So this is looking 80 feet in every direction. I'm slowly turning it. I know you guys can't see, but what you can do in the top right corner, because I have the compass calibrated, you can see how I'm turning it. I don't know if you guys saw that. Look in the top right corner. That's my compass that's calibrated. As I'm turning this slowly, you can see where I'm pointed. So that right there, suspended fish at 18 feet out. Here, let me turn the gain up. We're going to make it a little messy. But what this is going to allow us to do is really see those fish, and they're going to stand out more by turning your gain up. Okay, right down there, 10 feet out, fish going down to the bottom. You see that right here? I know you can't see my finger. Right here. Look right here. So fish just went down to the bottom here. See if we can find them. I think that's it right here. I think this is a fish right here. I'm zooming in on. I think that's a fish. All right, let's go ahead. Zoom back out. We'll keep going in a circle. Slowly. Okay. Those are my lines. That's what we're seeing here. Is we're seeing on the left is behind it. So the left is my dead stick. The right is my jigging rod. So I'll move my jigging rod up. That's what you can see. So from a size perspective, that's what we're looking at. Okay, now I'll zoom back out, and then we'll look. We'll just keep kind of going. Okay, so we got a suspendy up here at about 18, 19 feet out. Doesn't look very big. Look at it in relation. Okay, out here, 30. Oops, didn't want to do that. What am I doing? 32 feet out. Okay, look at the school of bait out here. If we go further range, that's a school of bait up top. Guaranteed. That, I mean, it could be crappie too, but they're not big returns, which means they're small fish. There's a little bit more red. Okay. So like that, there could be, so one of two things is happening here. Either that's a lot of fish schooled up really tight, or that could be a few bigger sized fish. That's about 70. Oh, you know what that is? That's right underneath the crack. That's how far I am from the crack. So that crack starts at about that 70 feet mark and goes out to about 90 feet. That's what that is. So I guarantee you that's probably not even fish. I mean, bait fish love the cracks, but I bet you a lot of that is piled up ice. Because what happened was the crack opened up, right? And so you got like 30 feet of water that spread apart. 30 feet of water that was there because the ice spread apart. And then the wind reversed directions and smashed the ice back into the existing ice that was there. And so it folds up. That's where you get the heaves in the water. That's one of the ways that it happens. The other way is ice expands as it freezes, and then it's like an earthquake basically that's happening in the water. So that's what we're looking at there. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm kind of in a little nook here. So that, I think, answers our question as to what that is. And then over here, I don't think that's ice over there, 50 feet out. Could be bait fish, 30 to 75 feet out, because that's out behind me. But anyways, so what we saw, I'll just do a little bit of a quicker scan. Ooh, that's a fish, I think, right here. That's looking real fishy in the center of the screen. At least it is to me. I would go try to pop a hole on that and see what happens during the daytime when I could move this thing around. All right. We'll do one more quick scan around, see if there's anything on the bottom, and then we'll put it back in down mode and keep fishing. Hopefully this isn't boring a bunch of people. Hopefully you find it informative. But I think what we're seeing here is there's no fish around us right now. So what we would typically do if we were hole hopping is if we wanted to go inspect any of those spots that we were talking about, we could. That's a fish. 20 feet up. So here I am, 5 feet over. In the wrong direction, though. There's my jig. Here, I'll pull it in a little. Here's my jig up there. If I turn it just a little, there is a fish up here, 20 feet out. So he's higher in the column. We keep turning. I'm trying to look at the bottom here. There's no rocks here. So if we see bumps, we should slow down and look at them to see if they're moving, because it's likely a fish on the bottom moving. So there's a faint fish, it looks like, almost in the remnant of the ghost tree. All right, we'll zoom back out, finish our scan up here. Ooh. All right. That is all she wrote. So I'm going to go ahead and put it back in down view. Pull you guys back up here. Let me know what you thought in the chat. Was that helpful? Was that informative? Was it nice to see? We can obviously see there's no fish around us right now, but that doesn't mean that can't change in 30 seconds, right? But that's the power of LiveScope when you're being mobile. So what I was trying to say is, what would I typically do is I would either go find one of those things I wanted to investigate, pop a hole right on top of it, and then go from there, and then pan around again. What am I doing? And then pan around again if I didn't find anything that I wanted. But in this case, where I panned around, what I would do is however far out I was looking, so I was at one point, I think it was up to 160 feet. I want to go in one direction at least twice that far, because what I can do is if I can see 160 feet from me in a circle, I don't want to go 160 feet and then look again, because otherwise I'm just looking back over the same circle. I would double it. I would go 320 feet in any direction, do a whole nother 160-degree circle. That's how you cover water really, really efficiently with this. And the nice thing about the LVS 34 versus the 32 is the 34, you can get about a third longer range with good clarity on it, other than the 32. The 32 really starts degrading around that 70, 80 mark. It's depth dependent. Whereas the 34, you can easily get, 120, 130 plus. All right, let's make these guys a little smaller, and let's go ahead and fix our gain. And it's not just gain. So I'll give you a sneak peek behind the scenes of my settings right now if you guys wanted to see it. Let me first see if you guys are interested in this. Otherwise, I will stop doing it. I've caught more walleye by the cracks on Winnebago than out in the flats. I think it draws bait fish eating surface material. It's like that, yes. But the other reason why bait fish like the cracks is because of the oxygen that's coming into the water, right? Because when that crack happened, air could get in, you have more oxygen, the fish want the oxygen, they're there. So the bait fish come in, then of course the bait fish are there, so then the bigger fish come in. But it makes sense that there's surface stuff falling in too. I mean, everything likes the oxygen in the water. All right, let's see. Nice to see, cool to see. All right, good. Very informative, thank you. I had to leave for a bit. Did you ever try a different screen color? You said you liked a different color. I don't remember that, but blue. So this is the blue color pattern. This is the blue color scheme, I think is what the word that they use for it. This is my favorite. This is the night mode version of it. They have the day mode. I'll show you. So if I go options, settings, I think it's system, sounds and display, color mode. So if I go to day colors, this is what it looks like. So it's a brighter blue. And this is what we're looking at. So typically, you got to turn your gain up a little bit more on this, right? But it's bright. And this is really nice for when you're outside, because my display is like glowing bright. We got something up top here. We're going to go up and say, how do you do? Maybe get a crappie. How do you do? It's not interested. Is this dead stick still floating out here? There we go. Ooh, fish on the right. So anyway, and on the left, it looks like. So this is the blue color. So this is my favorite. But at night, I don't like it. It's harder on the eyes. So what I like to do is at sunset, it goes to night mode. Sunrise, it goes to day mode automatically, based off of your GPS location and blah 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 blah, blah time of year. It knows all this stuff. So what did I do? So we got to go options, settings, system, sound and display, color mode, auto. Boom. And so then this is the night mode that I prefer. Okay. And I think screwed something up. All right. Just trying to get the hole dialed into the spot that we wanted in. All right. So I can turn gain down, and that helps clear up the screen a little bit, as you can see here. But the other things that you can do is you got gain, range, transmit, sonar setup. So in appearance, color scheme is blue that I like. Amber is a popular one that a lot of people like to use. I find it harder to read and use and see. Granted, this is the night version of it, but yeah, I don't care for it. You can crank the gain up on this though. That's the one thing you can do on this one is you can crank the gain up. And that's typically what you see on this is you typically see people running it really hot. Maybe not quite that hot, but they run it hot. And that way they can see everything, even on the edges of the cone. What's cool about this is maybe you turn it down a little bit. If you've got a bigger fish coming through, you can actually see more of the detail in the fish on this color mode, whereas on the blue one, it's more of a blob, but it is a like look on the screen, look in the middle of the screen. Like, doesn't it look like those are bait fish moving around in here? Anyways, so that's what a lot of people will do on with this one because they want to see the detail of the fish. So other color patterns. What's up, all? I don't know what just happened. My internet stopped working, so I'm on my hotspot. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. We're going to get things back rolling again here. Share screen. Boom. Camera is back. Can you hear me too? And you get a battery, and you get a battery. No. Yeah, you can hear me? Good. All right, let me get this other camera going. For some reason, the internet dropped out. So I am going to. Is it? Is it? Is it clear or is it choppy? Let me know. Not too choppy. Because if it's not, I'll just I'll leave it here. Everything seems to awesome. Well, we'll just roll off the hotspot on my phone then. And then I'm going to add the other camera in. Whee! Whee! All right. We're back. Thank you for the patience. It's weird. I was like walking through settings, and then all of a sudden, nobody was here. See this question? How long anyone think a 20 amp hour battery lasts ice fishing? Depends on your unit. If you go to their website, they have a basically how long will the battery last me grid where you find your unit, whatever unit you're using. I can show you. What do you have? What electronics do you have, Trusty? Are you using a certain unit? Hmm. I really would like if this dead stick would stay in a spot I could see it. Oh, working to get the settings dialed back in. LVS 3293 SV. So I will pull it up on their website. Amped outdoors. I will show you. Once I get it pulled up, I'll show you. All right. I'll show you how to look that up. Share screen. All right. Should be able to see my screen. So this is their website. If you scroll down, it's just ampedoutdoors.com. Operating time charts. Click the logo to determine which battery best fits your application. So Garmin, because that's what you have. 93 SV in LiveScope. 19 amp hour for 12 plus hours of operation. 20 amp hour for 12 plus hours of operation. 30 amp hour for 18. 32 for 20. There is your answer, because this is the screen in LiveScope. It's exactly the answer that you were looking for. Boom. And then they've got a lot more detail down below too, where you can actually look at, okay, so if I have the 93 SV right here, I can see my voltage range is 9 to 18, the amp draw, and then your battery life based off of which battery you have. So you're at a 1 amp draw. And so if we look at a 20 Life PO4, which is this column, where was it? Right here. You're at 21.3 hours, but you're not going to get 21.3 hours because you have the LiveScope GLS 10, which is going to take up 0.75 amp hours. So you're at 1.75 amp hours, which is why it gets you down to 20 for 12 plus hours with that setup. So hopefully that helps you out. Now let's go ahead and bring it back. And anybody can do that. So just go back to the Amped Outdoors website, scroll down, click on the brand that you have, go through the charts, and you can see which battery is going to be right for you. We're going to present, because we want to show you the LiveScope again. Yeah. All right, we're back. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Trusty. Didn't need to do that. I always like helping you guys out. Dave S, 400 amp hour is a lot. Yeah, 400 amp hour is what I have in this house. But I run a lot of stuff in this house. I was talking through it a little bit earlier. I've got microwave, a coffee maker, the light in the oven, in the LED lights, all LED lights inside, outside, speaker, TV, heater, all my camera gear. I got to recharge batteries overnight. My laptop, wireless internet, like all those things take up a ton of power, right? And so I'm using the 400 amp hours of battery, not just for 12 volt. I've got a 3000 watt inverter hooked up to it that allows me to go ahead and use all my AC outlets as well. So I've got it wired that way. I've got a video coming out next week. It's done. It's sitting, waiting to be posted. So that'll be within the next week or so. I'll have posted showing exactly how I wired it. So that way I could wire the house to run all off of the 400 amp hours, how I upgraded to Life PO4, and so on. And I'm hoping that's not just my dead stick over there, because he's been out of the screen for a little while. And maybe there's a fish there. But I have a feeling it's just, yep, just the dead stick. Just the fish coming back over to view. Kind of disappointing. I hear the perch there are the way to go. Yeah, if you get in that area, I'm not in the perch area, unfortunately. You can catch them. Sometimes they wander over here, but they're more over by like the rocks. how many pizza rolls left. So I started with like 35 or 40. We're sitting at about half a plate. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 15? Gills. I've never caught a bluegill on this lake. Perch, yep. Walleye, yep. Crappie, yep. Burbot, whitefish. I think that's all I've caught on Lake of the Woods. Are there bluegill on Lake of the Woods? Maybe there are. It would make sense. Maybe. Reglow. Yep, we need to reglow. Good call. Reglow the Rattlemaster. I see it. Woo, it's glowing. That's normally white, but it's chartreuse because it glows chartreuse. The light on this Summit HD shuttle is the brightest, best UV jig glow light that I've ever used. Like, it's better than the cups you can buy, the glow cups. It's better than the flashlights you can buy. It's like a special one. I don't know where they got it from, but I think that's something that they imported. Like, honestly, it's kind of crazy. You got a fish interested maybe now? That reglow, Tammy. Got a little attention. The dead stick minnow's moving though, so that's a good sign. How many days do you think you can go with those 400 amp hour? So I can get, if they're at 100% and I start, I can go probably 26, 27 hours if I give zero care about my power usage. Leaving the TV on for 24 hours. I did that 2 nights ago. I just left the TV on because I was like, well, I wonder how long this thing's gonna last. Left the TV on. Lights I left on the whole day, all night, inside, outside, the whole thing. Speakers were on. The speakers are still on. I'm not even using them. Should probably turn them off. In every like, charging things, like, so we'll call it a day. Bar not like no reservation to anything. What I like about that is that means bring it home at the end of the ice fishing trip, charge it up. I can go out on a day trip anywhere use as much power as I want. Encourage people to charge their phones, do whatever they want. Their battery's dead, plug your unit in. And I don't ever have to worry about running out of battery power. And that's running even the outlets. Like I could go out for a day trip. We can use the microwave and not bring a generator with. And so that's really what I was looking for. If I was trying to be really, I should pull this up so you guys can see what I'm answering. If I was trying to conserve as much energy as possible, I think that without limiting what I'm doing in terms of still doing video, still using the internet, but just being more conscious of like, if I'm not using lights, turn them off. If I don't need the TV on, turn it off because I'm fishing or whatever. I bet you I could probably get 3 days out of this thing if I were trying with 400 amp hours, right? I would limit things like for instance, the first night, one thing that I did was I made dinner and I had a couple of dirty utensils in a bowl or a mixing bowl thing. And I was like, I'm going to wash these. Well, I don't have any hot water out here. So I got a coffee mug, poured water in it, and heated it up in the microwave, all off of the batteries. Like I wouldn't do things like that. Like I wouldn't heat up cold water to hot water in the microwave. That obviously pulls a lot of energy. I could refrain from using the Keurig. I've got a Keurig out here that I use in the morning. Those take a lot of wattage to run. So like some of those things I would just dial back a little bit. Speaking of battery life, you doing another giveaway soon? This is a good question. This is the question of the night. I think we will. We'll do another giveaway here. What time is it? 8:50. All right, this is what we're going to do. 9:30. That's why I'm here. Only ice around me is in my glass. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do a giveaway. We'll give away another 30 amp hour from Amp. How about that? Sound like fun? All right, let's do it. We'll do that. It'll be our last giveaway. We're going to call it our last giveaway for the night. Because if we don't get fish picking up here by within the next little while here, we might call it, and then maybe we'll hop back on and do another live stream tomorrow. I was originally going to leave tomorrow to go home, but I can now stay an extra day. My plans shifted around thanks to my wife taking on some extra duties for me, trying to make sure that we have our daughter able to be watched on New Year's Day, so I don't got to go home as early. So I'm going to stay another night, thanks to my wife. So if you ever talk to my wife or see my wife, tell her thank you that I get to be out here another day to get you guys some content. So this is what we're going to do. Giveaway at 9:30 or next fish, whatever comes sooner. Here we go. We're going to say 9:30. All right. Here she is. That means stick around and you can win a battery. Gosh, we just need fish. See, this is what's going to happen. As soon as I log off, we've been live for 5 hours and 48 minutes. It's crazy that there's still 218 people watching. Like I feel 222. I feel bad because it's like I know the feeling. I earlier this year I was doing it. I was sitting at home watching people's live streams on the ice. There's only a couple guys that do it, but I was watching like Nick out on the ice, Nick Linder, and I was like, That must be nice to be out on the ice right now. So I'm sure that's what a lot of you guys are thinking. So appreciate you being here. Hopefully this is helping at least give you a screen to look at, even though it's empty. I love this. Alex is probably in his garage sitting in the fish house and streaming a simulation. We're all here taking the bait, waiting for him to pull a fish up the hole. Well, I did pull a fish up the hole already, so haha. It is true because it doesn't look like I'm not out in a hub house or in a flip over right now. I got freaking slippers on inside of a heated ice house with an oven. I could totally be sitting in my driveway right now. I wonder if I try to April. Should I do that on April 1st, on April Fool's Day? Do a live stream from the ice and just be sitting in the driveway on April Fool's Day? Because sometimes you'll get right ice. I mean, I've fished all the way into May, into the first week of June 4 years ago. I should do that April 1st in the driveway. You're giving me ideas. Yes. And just see how long it takes. Like, because there's usually still April 1st, right? There's usually still like snow and stuff around. So like I'll just make sure that I shovel some snow up like down around the holes or whatever. So if you glance down the hole, like I'll make sure the camera can see a little bit of it. So that way it's like, oh, yeah, there's snow under there. Walk outside. It's still cold out, right? Make sure there's some snow on my boots when I come in. Oh, I love it. That is genius. I'm doing it. I am doing it. And we'll just see how long it takes for me to get busted. And I won't feel bad about it because it's April Fool's, right? That's perfect. Put a bucket of water under the fish house. Yep. I love it. Go fishing the day before or earlier in the day. Actually go out ice fishing. Bring back a couple of fish. Have them in a bucket. Catch them out of the bucket. Have a screen recording of my LiveScope going, and it'll just be like, of me trying to catch panfish or something like that. I like it. There's a fish to the left. See if we can call him in. This could be a giveaway if we catch this fish. It's not even interested in coming over, it doesn't look like. All right, it noped out. Can you comment on the barrel trauma videos posted in the last week? And I try to stay out of all of this stuff. But I think like I'm not an expert in barrel trauma and what effect like the biology of a fish. Like I'm not by any means an expert. But I watched Aaron Weeb's video from Uncut Angling, of course. I did not watch the video he was reacting to. I did not watch the actual video from them. But I think in Aaron's video, what I saw was an accurate depiction of what he's experienced and what he believes to be true. And then he proved it, right? So I think he has a lot of really good arguments. And I think that the way that the Minnesota DNR did that study wasn't right in terms of having the funneled net. They couldn't get away handling fish in moving them from one hole to the other out of the water for a certain period of time. I mean, he's obviously figured out a really good way to get crappie to descend back down to 30 plus feet. I like Aaron and I respect him. I think he's onto something. I think the Minnesota DNR, they walked into it thinking that they knew the answer, and so they were doing the test just to prove that that was the answer. Like they came in saying, yes, if you pull crappie out of more than 30 feet, most of them are going to die. So I think their goal was to go out there and just prove that what they thought was right. To a certain degree, Aaron did the same thing, right? Aaron was like, I don't believe this is right, and I am going to go prove it. I'm going to do my best to make sure every single one of these fish can get back down there, which is great because that should be the intent of everybody. So like I don't think anybody has ill intent, and I think that's the most important thing. I think both parties right now, in terms of Minnesota DNR, Aaron, and others that are like arguing on his point of view as being accurate, I think everybody has the right intention, that we want to find out what's actually causing the problem and solve for it, and maybe educate more around how do we make sure we are being as responsible as we can with the resources that we have, and not causing fish to die because we're fishing in an area or a way or a depth that we shouldn't be. I would love to see Aaron and the Minnesota DNR get together, put together a test plan, maybe even do it together. Let Aaron put it on his channel. Let the Minnesota DNR put a different version on their channel of the same thing, showing that they're on the same page, and like start bringing in the people. Here's a fish that are criticizing it, and let's do an accurate test and let's figure it out. Like, what's the right way to do it? I think the one thing that why I'm not like, well, Aaron obviously disproved it, is that the one thing the Minnesota DNR did in their test is they had they left that net down for 24 hours, and so the fish had 24 hours to get out, right? So, and they also had 24 hours if they died to still be floating there, and so that's what happened in Aaron's video. He used LiveScope. Fish swam away. Sure, they got back down to depth, but what we don't know is, did barotrauma, did the pressures of coming back up below blood vessels, did it the bulging of the eyes, those types of things, did those cause other harm to them that would have delayed impact, where they're slowly bleeding out internally or something like that, that we wouldn't know from the first 15 seconds of them going back in the water, or the first 2 minutes. So I don't know. I don't know enough to make a video on it, and I'm not the kind of guy that just makes a video just to talk about something that I don't know and I don't think can be helpful. But you asked, so that's my opinion on it. It's my thought. I would love to see Aaron work with the Minnesota DNR and figure out a responsible testing plan that's accurate, and pulling in the people that live and breathe this day in and day out as fishermen and maybe have different experiences. There's no reason that the goal of Minnesota DNR should be, if they do these studies and research, that anybody that has a question or says, well, what about this? They should be sophisticated enough to say, we've thought about that, and here's the answer to that. It shouldn't be like the first guy that comes up and is like, well, what about this? There's no data on it or anything, but yet they're making a statement around fish caught from more than 30 feet have a very high likelihood of dying. I don't know. Banging in the mud. Yeah, I saw that fish. I was trying to jig it, but it wasn't coming. Trusty says, if you see fish unhealthy from the catch, fishermen should keep it pretty simple. Oh, I agree with you. All the bad words I could say about the DNR. Agreed. Well, come on up, Bruce. There's a lot of lake here. Not a lot of fish, so I'm not taking them. Yeah, I see the fish on the right. I'm excited that Minnesota DNR is working on legalizing auto hook setters. They think it should be legal next icing. That is exciting to hear. I heard that they were they were talking about it, but it sounds like it's a like a permanent thing if they do it or something like that. I don't know all the details around it. I try not to get caught up in all like politics and all that legal junk, but sometimes it's fun to look at it, right? And when things get announced, I love to know like right away, like, oh yeah, this is coming or this is gonna happen and this is the date. Because then you can actually do something about it. But I know there's a lot of views on YouTube and there's a lot of people and forum boards and places that just get energized around the drama and the debates and the he said, she said, or let me prove you wrong. And, you know, sometimes I like sitting back and watching, but I don't like being that involved necessarily. What I hope for out of it is that there is a better way for us to release fish that are caught below 30 feet and have them have a higher survival rate, right? But I 100% agree, and I think both Aaron and the Minnesota DNR said the same thing. Best thing to do is if you're going to fish in deep water for crappie, fish every fish you catch, you keep. When you hit your limit, you're done. Go stop. Go fish shallower for a different species, right? Boom, done. Problem solved. You just don't fish that deep if you're planning on releasing fish. Because then who cares if they die? Who cares if they have barrel trauma? You're killing them and eating them anyways, right? How did I choose a spot? Structure a previous spot. Two things. Right now, on this lake, there are um, there's resorts you go out of. On this side of the lake, which is closer to, which is the side of the lake that I know the most, which is the east side of the lake by the river, in Baudette. I like to go out of Adrian's, but Wigwam is right next to it. So both on this side, and then there's a lot of resorts that use those two roads. The roads, both of them, like all of the resorts, can only go 1 mile out past the island, and that's where everybody fishes, is past the island. And so you've got a mile of water that goes from 0 feet to, this is the deepest part, 25 feet of water. And so what I did is I set up in the deepest spot that I could find, this side of the crack where I could get to. Nobody else can get deeper than me without going over the crack, which we're not supposed to go over right now. Some people are doing it in portables during the day because the fish started up shallow, and over the last week they've moved out of the high teens into the early 20s and further out. Now, granted, there's still fish on this side, and I've caught fish over here, but they're moving out. And I've talked to several resorts in the last 48 hours, and they've said the same thing. Fish are just moving out with the colder temperatures coming in, and we just can't get out there yet. So I set myself up in the deepest spot that I could get to, and I've had some success here this trip already. But this just isn't like the normal prime time bite that we would normally have out here on the lake. How bad is the ice broke up on the big part of the lake? Resorts are having troubles getting out. So I would say that the ice doesn't look like it's broke up too bad. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the problem is there was a big sheet of it that cracked and it pushed out. I think that the guy I was talking to yesterday said it was a 30-foot 30 feet of open water before the ice sheet. So it cracked and it blew away. And so what the concern isn't that there's a lot of, ice all beat up out there and cracked up, but that ice has since blown back, but that crack still exists, right? And so with the warm weather that we had, even as recently as yesterday, it was 40 degrees in the middle of the day and sunny out, and it was just water on a lot of the ice up here. The concern was if you go over the crack, and we had a south wind, if it's going to crack again, it's going to crack at that point, because that point has the thinnest ice because it hasn't been able to fully recover yet. And so that's where it will break and the sheet will go back out again. And what they didn't want to do was have anybody stranded on the ice. If you've been following any of the things that are happening on Red Lake, Upper Red Lake, that's what's happening. Is people are on part of the ice, a crack happens, it breaks off behind them closer to shore, and then they're out on a sheet that's moving away, right? I mean, it happened yesterday. 100 or 150 people were stranded and needed to be rescued off of a sheet of floating ice. And I think that's happened 5 times in the last week or week and a half. No, 5 times this month on Upper Red Lake. And so what they're trying to do up here is make sure that doesn't happen. They've got all their roads. They have stakes at the end of that say, like, don't go past here. And they're actually because it's the crack, which I'm 70 feet from. Like, that's how close I am to it. They've got, during the day, they put a couple of their vehicles out there. They're like the really lightweight things. They put their vehicles out there, and if anybody approaches it, they get out of their vehicle and they talk to them. Really nice people, and they're just like, yeah, if you wanted to get out there, unfortunately, we're not letting people out yet. Here's why, blah, 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 blah. So I talked to a few of them yesterday, and that's what I found to be true. They said they'll let me go, like if I had like a portable or something. Of course they can't stop me, right? Because nobody owns the lake. But they would say, hey, look, we told you not to go out there. We're not going to come get you if something happens. Of course, they're not going to like strand somebody out there, but they're just saying, hey, like we're responsible if you get stuck or something and need to be towed off. We're not going to necessarily do that. So that's their way of saying, look, our road ends here. The access that you paid for ends here. Go anywhere else on your own, but we're not recommending it or advising it by any means. But they did say, like, if you have just like a portable you're going to pull over there, or a hub house or something, there have been quite a few guys that have gone over there. I'm stoked for the trash rule. I've been seeing bags of poop out on the ice and bags of trash left. How hard does it take your trash? You already bagged it, just take it. I totally agree. Yeah, the Keep It Clean Minnesota. It's a great thing that they announced. Oh, are these suspended somethings? These are like the zombie fish that I had last year around this time. Insane. Versus the pile of cigarettes you found on the ice. Yeah, not good. Ooh. Oh, never mind. False alarm. 3 lines in Minnesota would be par with surrounding states. I say let's make it happen and allow 2 lines for open water. I think that would be great. I mean, if you have possession, if you have your limits on fish, possession limits and daily limits, like I don't understand why like I think it's okay to allow 2 lines open, 3 lines ice fishing. I'd love that, right? I could have a tip up outside right now, right? Or I could have another set line down over here, or a rattle reel down. Like, it would be great. If I was out here to keep my limit, I'm not going to be able to keep more just because I have another line down. Oh, that's my thought. All right, we're going to reglow. This seems to be last time I reglowed, we did have something come in. Thanks, Robbie. Four lines in North Dakota on ice, 2 in open water. That's great, man. Oh, that would be nice. 5 lines in Nebraska. Sheesh. That would be fun. You just imagine tip up fishing with 5 lines a guy. You get 4 guys together, go out fishing, 20 tip ups out. Like, just think about how much fun that would be. You just set up like a hub house somewhere, just to throw like all your, if it's a cold day or whatever, throw your gear or whatever you want in. There's a warm up shelter if you want, and then you just fly around the ice and just like, oh, that would be so much fun. 20 tip ups just strewn all about. Here in Minnesota, you need 10 guys to do that instead of 4. Wait, does that math work? 4 guys, 5 lines, 20. 10 guys, 2 lines. Yeah. 4 versus 10. Yeah. I'm losing my mind. They need to make biodegradable worm and bait containers. Those things are left in the water more than anything. Yeah. I see them a lot too. I would be crabby with 2 lines open water. I run drop shot, slip bobber, and casting bait. Joe, don't fish Minnesota because we only get 1 line. Do you know how bad it is when you put a bobber out and you're like, I'd love to be casting something too, and you can't? You throw a bobber rig and you're just like, all right, well, that's my day. Sit back and watch the bobber. You don't even get like, it's so silly. You're gonna go trolling, right? You're gonna have your line out and go trolling, and you just get your 1 line. It's Minnesota, 1 line. I get wanting more lines wet, however, especially for soft bites. Focusing on 1 line tunes you in. This is true, Rob. It is true. If you only have 1 line, you're going to give it more attention and you're going to be able to get more fish, I think, on that 1 line than you would. I think it'd be more likely that you would get more fish on 1 line than if you had 2, you're not going to be able to get double in the same amount of time. So it doesn't double your output because you're going to pay less attention to both. There's not more fish just because you have an extra line out. So I agree with you. And you're going to learn the fish because you're going to see, here's a fish, here's my line. I've got 1 opportunity. If it goes past it, like right now, if whichever way a fish comes through, I'll try to get it with the first line. And if it doesn't, I got the second line as a backup. With 1 line, maybe you're trying harder because you're like, I get it. Because you don't get that backup. What can we win a fishing weekend with me? I don't know. Maybe next year I'll have to do something like that. That would be fun, wouldn't it? We do a couple meetups where we actually hop around on the ice, get into some good stuff, do some ice camping, do a weekend, get a bigger one of these, do a weekend ice fishing trip. That would be cool. Five lines, most lakes in Maine. Sheesh. Roll count. Oh my, I'm not doing good. 3, 6, 9. We're at 12. So I started with somewhere between 35 and 40, down to 12. That's good. Yeah, shoot. Minnesota's in that bucket this year. Most of our lakes don't even have ice. I'm on the Canadian border. Like I said earlier, I could get on my two-wheeler. I could get on my four-wheeler, and within 2 minutes, I could be in Canada. Right now. That's how far I had to go to get on freaking 11 inches of ice. But I hear you, man. When you don't get much ice season, there's typically less people that do it, which means I think they can be a little bit more lenient on the laws too. Tip ups, beaver dams, jack traps, rattle traps. I'm supposed to do math. This is true. Yep, Minnesota River, and I think border rivers too. So like, isn't part of like, isn't part of the St. Croix in Mississippi also, or St. Croix? Isn't part of the St. Croix the same way? I think Mississippi maybe even is too. I don't know. I don't river fish. When's the fam gonna come out in the new fish house? So my wife doesn't like ice fishing. She is afraid of the ice. You know how some people are. She's never been ice fishing. So one of these years, eventually, we'll get her out. But my daughter, who's currently on January 1st, going to turn 8 months old. Hopefully, in the next year or two, we're going to get her out. She's going to be a big fisher lady. I'm a photographer. I'll go fishing with you and maybe take a photo or two. I might have to take you up on that offer. One of these years, I'll have a videographer come with, can hop around the lake. Just make it so much easier to actually fish if you don't have to worry about doing all the video and photos and stuff yourself. Rob can cook. Love it. There we go. Good. Resort on Cab. Should come stay and get some footage of somewhere. That'd be awesome. You should shoot me an email on what your resort is, and maybe we'll connect this summer. It'd be kind of fun. All right. How close are we? 7 minutes away from the giveaway, unless we catch a fish right now. Awesome. Thanks, man. It'll be fun. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Oh, there's a fish below the dead stick. Or there was a fish. There it is. Where the freak is it going? Is it coming back around? I think all the ice fishing YouTubers should have a live stream tournament. Now that would be fun. Almost like you've got a camera on you. I'd figure out a way to do like a hotspot with like a GoPro hooked up to something so I could hole hop and stuff, hop on the ATV, move around on the ice. I should probably try to figure something like that out anyways, just solo. Because I bet you that would be a really cool live stream. Is if like I took you around on the ice with me, so I wasn't just sitting here in the shack or like all the others do. They're sitting inside of a house, right? So whether it's a hub house, a flip over, or something, I might have to work on that. A portable live stream setup, and then everybody could have one. You could be on the same stream. So like I could have like I think 12 is the max. We could have up to 12 people on here. That would get a little overwhelming. You'd have to have somebody that has like the people that are on the fish. Maybe they make them big screen. Have you ever seen? I like this idea. Have you ever seen NFL Red Zone? You know how they got like all the games and then like moved like the one to like the primary screen that has like they're in the red zone or they're close to scoring or whatever. Could be like that. Like we could have one person, somebody that's helping out or whatever, have all of us on the stream together, and then we're all little screens, and then they can pull maybe 2 or 3 can be big screens when they're actually on the fish or catching, and then they can be keeping track of score. And you could do it by length, and you could do like, this is actually a pretty good idea. I like it. Or you could use Fish Donkey to actually do the tracking, but at least the live part of it you could do. So you could have somebody managing the video. That's probably the better way to start. Just use Fish Donkey for length because it's already there. It's a tournament platform that's already built in. Ooh, I like it. Cobain just caught. Make it workable for all guys and families. Yeah, you could do that. Well, then, I mean, wouldn't you just probably all you really need is like your cell phone, right? And then maybe like a microphone plugged into it so you have better audio. Even if you don't need that, you just do a cell phone and live stream from your cell phone as long as you're in an area that has good cell service. Two minutes. I think I'm cursed. Whenever I go live, it seems like a struggle bus. The fish just leave. It's like they're tuned in down there and they're like, oh, we know where he is. Oh, there's a fish. I gotta get this guy lower to the floor, maybe. in my cooler hole. Make a meal, and then we'll do the drawing giveaway. Ooh, that's not closed. All right. So it is that time. We're going to do a giveaway. I will pause the giveaway if a fish comes through, because we're going to try to catch fish. There's a fish under the dead stick. Ooh, dead stick's moving. Get it. Get it. All right. So the way that the giveaway works, I'm going to put a word up on the screen that you got to put in chat to be entered into the giveaway. Please hold. Stuff's loading pretty slowly right now. I'm on my cell phone, actually, because my big internet. I don't know why that's not working. Okay, here we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. We're going to throw a different banner on there. And here it is. In the chat, this is how the giveaway is going to work. Put in the chat hashtag amped outdoors, like you see going across the bottom of the screen right now. We are going to be doing a giveaway of the exact same thing we've been doing. I think this is like the most desired battery given everybody's setups, and so that's why this is the one we're going to do. It is a 30 amp hour amped outdoors battery. It is a LiveScope. It's the wide one, which it fits in like every shuttle. They have a tall one too, or they used to make a tall one. I think they still do actually. But this is the one that fits in most of them. $220 retail value. Comes with the charger. This is a LiveScope charger, so you're getting the higher voltage out of the charger. It's a 3 amp, so that means it's a 10-hour charge time from dead to fully charged. You can see all the specs here, but that is what we're drawing to win. I will allow everybody a couple of minutes here to type in to the chat hashtag amped outdoors. That's all you got to do. You only need to do it once. If you do it more than once, nothing's going to happen. The system only recognizes one entry per person. You're not going to get better odds or anything like that. So I'm happy to say on this stream, Amped Outdoors is actually powering the stream. I buy all my batteries from Amped Outdoors for both open water and ice fishing. I've been around loving on their products ever since they first started up, and they were actually Energized Outdoors. Anybody here remember Energized Outdoors? That was actually the same company before, and then they rebranded to Amped. I still have, I don't think I have one with me. No, I don't have one with me, but I have at home a couple of the Energized Outdoors batteries. And so they're actually powering this show because all of my electronics are running off of the power in this house. I'm not running off a generator. I'm running off of 400 amp hours of LiveScope energy from them. And so I was talking to Amped, and I'm like, hey, going to be doing a live stream. And they're like, how can we help? Let's make it fun. And I said, let's do some giveaways. And we'll call it Powered by Amped, because that's what I'm actually using in my ice house. One thought I had was like, we were going to go and do the live stream until the batteries died. But I'm like, dude, 400 amp hours, I'll be here for a day. And I did a 24-hour live stream last year, and that was some work. So that's how this all came about. Amped Outdoors. If you don't win, but you want to get anything from their website, down in the description of this video, we've got quite a few people on. Kind of crazy, at 9:30 at night. We've got 274 people on YouTube, 4 on Facebook. Down in the description, you'll see a code. I think it's TIM, TIMM 10. You can save 10% off anything on their website. And that stacks on top of sale prices too. All right, let me pull it up so that way you guys can see it. And we are going to do this giveaway. Please hold. Here we are, 180 entries out of 295 people here. Hashtag Amped Outdoors if you want to get entered. I'm sure there's at least 200 people here out of the 300 that are here that want to win this battery. But if not, we will we'll give her the 10-second countdown. And then we're going to do the draw, and you're all going to see live who's going to win. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. And go. That last person, if they win, it's your lucky day because I clicked on the wrong thing. But you got in right before I clicked it. And Austin Miller. Congratulations, Austin Miller. You just won a 30 amp hour Amped Outdoors battery and a charger. Congratulations. I will put it in the chat here. Congrats. Congrats, Austin Miller. All right, we are going to stop that screen share and we're going to go back to LiveScope. All right, Austin. So what you need to do in order to win is you need to reach out to me on either via email, biz@alextim.com, which is also linked down below. All my socials are linked down below. You can email me. You can direct message me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you want. But I need to get tell me that you won. Tell me your first name, last name, phone number, and mailing address. And it cannot be a P.O. box. We're not shipping to P.O. boxes. I didn't say that to the other two people, but if they do give it to me, I'll let them know and we'll get it remedied. So with the holiday weekend, don't expect to get it. It's not going to get shipped out this weekend. It will be likely next week. So congratulations. Let me take this off the screen. So now we're back to the actual fishing action. It's always interesting. So which makes sense, right? People tune out after the giveaway ends. Like one of the things that I like to do with giveaways is tell nobody about the giveaway until we're on the stream or we're on the video. Well, it's always a stream because I always do them live. And then whoever's there are the people that are gonna get in for it. Because otherwise, I know people typically will hop on just because they give away in a title or in a thumbnail or something. and then they hop in and then they hop back out. And what I like to do is try to do the giveaways for people that are like honestly interested in the content and not just, coming and searching YouTube for giveaway and then they hop in all these streams to try to see what they can get. Not that I don't think anybody here has done that, but it's interesting because we went from 300 people to 260, which I'm sure a lot of it also has to do with the fact that I said this is the last giveaway, and so they're like, oh, okay, well, I'm tired, I gotta go to bed. But I'm sure that's probably what it was. But this is, I think, the first stream that I've done where I actually put giveaway in the thumbnail of it. As soon as this stream is over, I actually have another version of the thumbnail made for Facebook and YouTube that doesn't say giveaway in it. So I'll put that up there, just not to mislead people. But yeah, I don't know if I'll keep doing that or not. I've tried it both ways because there's all these people that do like you get certain number of followers or whatever, and they do giveaways. I like to just give away to people that are always showing up. Like I like just looking through the chat. I love when people are in the chat and in the comment section of videos. I pay attention to the people that show up, and I get excited to see them when I see them again and again. And sometimes those are the people that I want to just make sure get a good chance at winning too. But I'm always transparent with it. Like these are fun because it's live, last minute, and anybody that's here can get a chance to win. And we'll be doing more and more giveaways and raffles and things like that. Once more people build up into the, I've got a membership on the channel that you can join. Once we get a few more people in there, I'll start doing some giveaways and stuff in there. Gear that I've tried out or tested and I just don't use anymore, kind of giving that stuff away. I've got so many jigs and lures, maybe give some care packs away. I just like doing that with everybody that's here. So, but this stream sponsored by, I'm sorry, this is not a sponsor stream. This stream powered by Amped Outdoors Lithium is where these giveaways came from. They came from Amped Outdoors, so we need to thank them a ton for doing this. We should hopefully be able to do more this ice season as well. I know I'm trying to hook up with Amped Outdoors out on Mille Lacs Lake later this month, and we're gonna do a live stream with a few of us, at least a couple of us, and we'll probably do some giveaways there, and we may actually put that in a couple more places too. So plenty of reasons to stay tuned into the channel and follow us as we go along the journey. I try to get out as much in advance as I can, schedule these things out. I know today I think I only gave like 5 hours heads up or 4 hours or something. But I'm just happy to see you all here. It's pretty exciting. We'll give it a little bit longer here. And we're going to see if we get a fish coming through. Otherwise, I promise you I'll do this. Anybody that's interested to see how tonight pans out, and you don't want to wait for like a week or two for a video to come out, if you follow me on Facebook or Instagram, I will post any fish that comes through when we log off to tomorrow morning. Any fish that I catch that comes through, because I'll have lines down all night. I literally grab 2 or 3 pillows, lay them down here, crash, turn the heat down, grab a blanket, and that's it, right? I take my contacts out, put my glasses on, and I let it go, and I have 2 set lines. Every once in a while, I'll get up and jig them, move them around, and that's honestly sometimes the best fishing, because then I can just sit here, right? I could have YouTube up on the TV, and then down here, I can have my Garmin, my LiveScope that's running, and so I can look down at the fish finder, look up at the TV, and then if I want to get up and jig or do something like that. So anyways, what I was saying is if you want to see what I catch overnight, because I won't stay on all night tonight, because hopefully maybe we'll do a live stream tomorrow. No promises. We'll see. Follow me on Facebook or Instagram. On Facebook, it's Alex Tim Fishing. On Instagram, I think it's Alex Tim, one word _ It's linked down below. You can just search my name and you'll probably find it too. I'll post a picture of all of the fish that are caught between tonight and let's call it sunrise tomorrow, whatever time that is. Let me look. Sunrise is at 8:12 a.m. So go do that. Otherwise, you can just wait and see if it comes out in a video. Biggest fish I caught tonight on the live stream was a small walleye. Didn't even measure it. Is that my... Oh, yeah, that's the dead stick. That minnow was really working it over there. Hashtag, I was here for that fish. You should do the saltine cracker challenge. What, where you just shove saltines in your mouth, see how many you can eat? That doesn't sound fun. Or is there a different one where you fish with a saltine maybe? Didn't get skunked, that's right. I mean, we panned around in forward view and there was no fish to be found. Other than maybe one or two little suspendies out there, but they weren't big. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get some. Good night, tight line. Thanks for the fun. By the way, how big is the fish house to get almost three? How big is that fish house to get almost 300 people in there? Funny. Yeah, I think we hit the highest I think we hit tonight was just shy of, I think it was just shy of 450 at the peak of the stream tonight. This fish house is 6.5 by 16 feet. What portable will I be using this year? So I will be using, if I go out in a flip over, since I'm using this, if I go out with more than just myself, I'll be using this if I'm wanting to like kind of hop around, because this is going to be really easy to put it in a skid mode and move it around. If I'm going solo, I've got a Clam XT Pro Thermal. I think that's the name of it. Clam XT Pro Thermal 100. No, XT Pro Thermal X100. Something like that. It's the X100 Thermal Pro XT version where it's got the tall front on it. It's the X100 series. It's their biggest, baddest, most ridiculously heavy one-man shack that they have, but I absolutely love the thing. It is insane. So that's what I will use, and I'll just hook it up behind my ATV with tracks on it and go literally anywhere on any lake. That's what I'll do for like solo trips if I'm really looking to move around, because a lot of times I'll just leave it down and fish right off of my ATV when I'm really trying to just rip around. But if I find a really good spot, it's just a flip up, one pole extends, and you're done. There's no wind poles or anything. So that's what I'll be using. I'm doing a comparison test this year on hub shelters. So I've got the comparative Clam full door hub, Eskimo full door hub, Otter full door hub, and then I'm throwing in Nordic Legend has a comparable full door hub as well, and it's actually about the same price as well. They've been around for a few years. This is a newer line that they just came out with. And so it's going to be those four shelters I'm going to do a comparison video on. I haven't compared them yet. So I'm waiting for ice in the metro, and then I'll spend a whole day just doing that on the ice instead of fishing, which doesn't that sound fun? I actually like that stuff, which is kind of crazy. Maybe I'll drop a couple lines while I'm out there. But then what I'll do is at the end of that video, when I choose which one I think is best, that's the one I'll keep. And then I'll either donate, give away, or sell, or give to buddies or family or something like that. The other three that I decide not to keep. So TBD, it could be a hub from Nordic Legend, Otter, Eskimo, or Clam. I have a feeling based off of what I've used from all of those brands already. I think it's between two of the brands for the home shelter. But that's all I'm gonna have. I've got an Otter Lodge XTX. I'm sorry, an Otter Lodge, a Pro Otter Lodge X over, flip over, and it's got the two seats in it. It's not the bench because it's the Pro, so it's got the two seats in it. But I just don't need it or use it anymore. If I'm gonna go out with a couple of guys, I'm just gonna pull this thing out because there's a lot less work and it's not as heavy. Thank you, Adam. Yes. It's late. I can't think straight. It's a long name. Clam X100 XT Pro Thermal. I guess it's not that long, but that's the one man that I use. Pimping products. You know, the funny thing too is like I don't care what products you buy. I just want to help people know some of the differences, save them some money, hopefully not buy the wrong thing. I don't get paid by any of the brands. And that is on purpose. Biggest amp battery for the Summit Shuttle, 48 amp hour NMC battery. It's the one that I run in my Garmin LiveScope. I have 3 of them that I own from them because I actually have 2 Garmin LiveScope setups. One's with an LVS 34, one's with an LVS 32. Both can do screen recording. And so I've got 48 amp hours for those. That's the biggest that they've got for sure. Nailed it. You got it. I got a feeling, woohoo, that tonight's going to be a good night. Yep. It's going to be a good night. We're going to catch some fish, that's for sure. Just not right now. I think the live stream scares them away or something. Still have yet to charge and have been out 4 times dock fishing with it. Dude, the 48 is a beast. One other thing I'm going to do this year is I'm going to build the lightest Garmin LiveScope whole hop setup ever. And I know nobody's built one this light. I've already got it all specced out. I know exactly what it is. I have all the parts in my garage. I just got to put it together. Because the biggest pain in the butt with LiveScope is that they're so heavy, right? And it's like, oh my gosh, you got to lug this thing around. I've got a setup that cuts every ounce of weight possible, and it's light. Like it doesn't even come close to the things that you've seen. And it's not just the shuttle, but it's every component from. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but like that'll be coming out soon. I've just got to film it and put it together. So I'd say this ice season. Because what ideally I want to do is I want to have this screen and stuff I probably want to mount like on this core rail in here. So that way it's off the floor, clean the floor up. And that way I don't need to worry about tying it down or anything like that. And then I'll have a super lightweight rig that I can go whole hop and whatever all around. So that is the plan. I don't dance, Robbie. Northern Michigan, are you just tuning in? Jay Johnson? Heck yeah. Been live for 6 hours and 48 minutes. Love it, love it, love it. Minnesota's a liberal state. I must have missed something. Looking forward to that comparison video. I keep going back and forth, haven't pulled the trigger on the purchase. So this is what I would say is like, it'll be the lightest setup, but it's not going to be the most expensive. It's not going to be it's probably not going to be the setup that most people would want unless the number one priority is weight, because it will have a 7-inch screen, right? I mean that's a big part of it, which um, goes to show you the lengths that I'm going to go to get this thing as light as humanly possible. 7-inch screen is not the best screen for LiveScope. Normally, you want to go 9-inch or bigger, 9 or 10-inch for ice fishing. But yeah, a 7 is the lightest, and there's a specific Model 7 that supports LiveScope that is actually lighter than the other 7s that are out there. So, anyways, yeah, I'll put a video out there because I think it's really cool and interesting. And then maybe I'll have like, or you can step up to this or step up to that if you want the 9-inch. This is how much weight that I add, blah, 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 blah. Might do something like that. We'll see how long I want to make the video, but it's for a functional purpose for me, because one thing I want to start doing next year, I don't think I'll have time this year with everything I got going on, but I want to start doing some of these panfish tournaments that are, I'm sorry, not tournaments, but the leagues. So like they have the UPL, I think they've got M Made. So they've got these panfish tournaments. We've got a fish under the dead stick. Or was it a fish over the dead stick? Huh. All right, we're going to glow this guy up because it looks like there's a fish over the dead stick. What I want to do, we're going to put a fresh minnow head on here too, since we're schlating. I want to do some of those leagues. And what I know about the league is I'm pretty sure at least one of them is banned LiveScope. Gosh dang it. Struggling to get a fish minnows. So lively. Here we go. You're coming with me. So what I want to do is those, whichever one I can use LiveScope with, ideally, because it's a tool and I love using it. Come on. And usually when you do those types of leagues, what you have to do is hop around on the ice, spot to spot to spot. Like you don't bring a shelter with. You get on your machine and you rip around, and you've got, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to come up with your fish. And weight is so critically important. And what's cool about it too is then if I wanted to, I've already got a whole hop unit set up, which is on like a Striker 4. I need to do a video on that. I have so many videos I want to do that I just got to get the time, film them, edit them, research. Look at that glow. Whee! I don't think you're in Lake of the Woods. I think you're on the Dead Sea. I think you're right. I don't know where the heck I am, but there ain't no fish here. This is gonna be. Shoot. One. This is very true. I might do this tonight. Just chunks. Shoot, even walleye and perch like that. No ice down here in southern Minnesota yet, so you have to do what you have to do, like watch 7 hours of Alex Tim. I love it. Thank you for tuning in, Sam. I really appreciate it. We're 6 hours and 54 minutes. We'll wrap up at the 7 hour mark. It's like a full day's worth of work. If you work an 8 hour day, take an hour lunch. I mean, wouldn't that be a dream job? Work for 7 hours. Alex, gonna need to find a supper club if you want to fish tonight. So I've got all of these. Oh, if I want fish tonight. I thought you meant if I want to eat. All right. Should we check the battery? This is also my internet connection right now, so hopefully when I check this, it's not going to ruin anything. I'm going to refresh the app. All right. Guesses? Any guesses? %46. 46%. Oops, sorry. I was on the wrong screen. That was only looking at one of the batteries. They're in parallel. So we're at 48%. 48, 48, 48, 48. What I mean by that is this. So in the app, you see at the very top of the screen, you probably can't see it. There's 3 little buttons up here. That one says parallel. So you've got to tell it how your batteries are synced up. So if it's parallel, it's going to average out these two because they're essentially seen as one battery. If you go to the first tab on here, so if I click here, normal, now it says 46 because it's looking at one battery, right? And so if I click on the bottom battery, it'll say 49%. And then the top one, 40, does it say 45? 45%, because that one went down a percent. But if you look at them together, 47. No. Because it dropped 1% while we were talking. But that's where we're at. What did we start at? Was it 80 something? Do we start at 80 something? Be interesting to know how much battery did we use running freaking everything here for 7 hours. Heck yeah, man. Seems like a lot of consumption. I am making a lot of consumption, that is for sure. I got the heater. This is a forced air heater. It's a Truma heater. With the lights on in the oven for a good hour. We had, well, we had all the white lights on in here. Now we got color lights. Outside, we've got all the lights on. Running the TV, running the laptop. That's charging. Aerator's plugged in. Camera's plugged in. Yeah. 7 hours. What did it, do we see what we started at? Was it, somebody say? Thought it was 80 something. Pizza roll update. 3 pizza rolls left. I'll finish these and then we'll call it a wrap on the stream. John, I agree. This weather is not helping. The speaker's still on for no reason. They are. And all I would have to do is stand up and click that button. Inverter must be pulling some load. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's a 3,000 watt inverter. But I mean, I'm using power from it, right? It's charging my laptop from the inverter because I got that plugged into AC. The internet is plugged into AC power. What else? Oh, I've got one of these Google things over here. It's called a Google Chromecast. Where I can say, hey, Google.
I can't reach the internet right now. Check your modem or router connection and try again.
Well, it's not helpful when it doesn't work. That I need to restart that internet because I'm running off my hotspot right now. When we had that break in the internet, for some reason that thing went down. I think I just got to restart it. I'm gonna be good to go. Don't touch the button. 2 left. TV's 12 volts. Yep. Right now, I'm using my cell phone. Pizza rolls are gone. Right now, I'm using my cell phone. I have Verizon. I'm using the hotspot off that up on the counter. Pretty good signal up there. But I've got a 5G Verizon mobile home internet. So like Verizon sells home internet service. And you can buy like modem router the combo thing. That's what I have in here because it gives you a better signal than the hotspot on your phone. But I have another solution coming. It's called Nomad Internet, and it runs off of C-band, which is a lower frequency signal, and so it can reach farther into more rural places, and it's up to 200 megabits of service, megabits speed per second, unlimited speed. So I've got that coming. I think it got shipped out this last week. So hopefully next ice camping trip, I'll have that to compare and see which one gives me better internet. Because ideally, I'd love to be doing this and have it higher def. Right now, I've got everything set at 720p for resolution just to keep the data down. But I'd like to go up a little bit. Let's see if this fish down here, we'll pound the bottom one more time. Otherwise, we'll call it a night. If you want to see what I catch overnight, follow me on social media, Facebook, Instagram. I will post pictures in the morning if I caught anything overnight, which I hope that I do. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until I put a video out on it. Because I'll be filming a video tomorrow. Filmed the video yesterday out here, filming one tomorrow. And then I've got a couple gear videos, shack videos, and things like that that I am working on too while I'm up here. Maybe we'll go live tomorrow. All right, not seeing anything happening off the bottom here. Thank you all so much for being with me. If you are one of the people that's been here the entire 7 hours and 5 minutes, you are absolutely crazy, and I love it. Thank you so much. It's your guys' support that makes this a ton of fun to do. I really appreciate it. Hopefully my content gives you some value, saves you some money, gives you some ideas. And I love these times when we can build a little bit of community. So thanks again so much. If you're watching this on the replay, I will have a video here pop up on the screen of another part of this trip because the video will be out hopefully by then. And until next time, take it easy.